Here we are again. Thank you everyone for coming, for being here. We have a other session of a rhyme of Goblins and Aya. So here once more, let's just randomize it right here. We have Clang played by Spectre.
Yeah, of course, she has me here.
And we have Pins played by Lothroth.
I'm always ready. Sort of.
And of course, Gvulkov played by Zenda.
I just realized we need to hunt something before the Guardian kills us.
That is
Nah,
a good point.
no, you guys realize me down here. Wait a minute.
So I will give you a short recap of what happened last week, unless someone really feels like they would like to do it in their point of view. But you guys were made your way to the mountains, where you got rudely awakened by a group of mustrels in a feeding frenzy who wanted to eat and kill you. After a large chase, you made it to sort of a clearing where you thought to be safe, but still got ambushed by them as they still managed to find you. Through some clever things and some magic that was bestowed upon you, you managed to basically yeet all these nostrils off the mountain and made your way all the way to the ruins, where you went to find Aliana Grey, the niece of Lady Grey, who was taken. You made your way inside. You found Rothry, the uncle, who had actually abducted her. You decided which side you were going to be on. Eventually, it came to a fight. You defeated Rothry. You had an encounter, sort of, with the Maiden, a strange, dark creature that came bursting forth with a swarm of ravens out of the mirror and dragged Rothry into that. You found afterwards Aliana Grey and the bard that had done the initial kidnapping. And you made your way back to the caves where there was this giant sword jutted into the entrance. You made your way there, you discussed some things, you discovered all kinds of things about the loot you had. And Clang discovered that he had some kind of relation, the pauldrons he's wearing, in some way were related to the sword, the large sort of titanic sword that was jutted in there. And that is where we left off. So I am going to move you guys back to where you guys wake up from a decently good rest.
I'm all for one's polishing one's sword, but that was ridiculous.
And here we go. You guys find yourself over there. You're basically underneath there in the cave. You guys have had your short rest. You do feel hungry. Should definitely have some breakfast, eat some rations. But other than that, it's a pretty cold day. You've been protected pretty well against the wind and the cold inside the cave, but you do feel a chill. And as you see outside, you see that there's a pretty thick layer of snow that has packed on the sword, and you can imagine that it's going to be a very cold and treacherous journey back through the mountains.
I suppose I should start speaking like a human again.
Aliana wakes up. She's been pretty warm. She's been smartly sleeping between the 2 pound cats. And she looks up and says, "What are we gonna have for breakfast?"
Indeed. Though it is going to be fairly plain, unfortunately. We should make good time to get out of the woods.
Were we not?
We had encountered quite a bit of trolls on the way.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I suppose it is the time for their migrations.
And
I
believe
sure hope we don't encounter them.
And believe me, we don't want to encounter any more of them. But that being said, eat what you can, as the sailors would say. Here you are. And he'll hand out some trail rations.
Nice.
And give her a cookie.
Yeah.
From
Ooh! She looks very excited at this.
In fact, let me roll for what cookies I get here today.
Nice.
The 1d4 plus 2. Let's see what comes up.
Ooh, you rolled good.
So, yeah. He'll give her 2 chocolate chips.
Ooh. She devours those. But she does first eat her rations, because she does have manners,
Dvorkov
but...
will walk up and say, "Let me take a look at those rations for you. Make it more edible."
Oh, that's fine. And she sort of like pulls the thing away from you and she says, I can be an adventurer. I'm stronger than I look, you know?
I understand, but they are pretty stale and not great flavored. I can change that if you'd like.
She quickly puts it in her mouth and you can see in her face that it tastes awful. And there's a little tear in her eyes, but she's like, delicious.
Suit yourself. And Gav is gonna press the digitation his own rations.
They are now more mossy.
You know what? I like you, Ellie. That was a nice one.
Oh, I like you too, sailor boy. And she says, so, ooh, these cookies, they taste delicious. You know what? They actually taste better than the Little Scout cookies.
Indeed. They are very unique.
Huh, I don't know how you did that, but they're still fresh and warm. Well, you better not let the Little Scouts hear about it. They'll probably kill you for it.
Who?
Believe me. Oh, believe me, they can try. These are, as I said, very unique. The basket, and he's gonna hold out the basket, is a bit on the enchanted side. Keeps everything fresh, but it only works for the cookies for some reason. Perhaps it was enchanted by some fae.
Ooh, I would love to hear a story about that. Maybe my aunt has something about that in her library.
It's worth seeing. But if everyone has had their fill, and young lady, if you do want to have our good wizard here make the food taste better next time, you're more than welcome to use his services.
Well, I think it's good for one to know how the other side lives and to experience all things and all sides of life. But I very much appreciate it.
Under his breath, Kling is just gonna say in Goblin, "Boy, this bitch is condescending us, eh?" The other half. I've read these books before, he said.
You have indeed. You are very well read in all kinds of things of romance novel related. And she
She wants to broaden her horizons and explore a bit more of the adventurous. I don't know why you all tried to pamper her with your pretzels and everything.
Just
trying
bites.
to be
He
useful.
bites his rations.
I'm gonna press the
She gets-
digitation.
yeah.
Pins his rations to taste like perfume.
Oh, that's gross.
You're right. I shouldn't pamper anybody. Here you go.
Well, at least I
You're a
don't have to
grown
question it.
adventurer. You can take it.
Just sprinkle some salt in it.
Yep. He takes a little bit of salt in between his fingers from his pocket and puts it on.
Tastes a little bit better.
Gavorkov's gonna turn to Aliana. Say,
Yeah.
what do you like more? A cat, a lizard, an octopus, or a weasel? What do you think is cuter?
I guess it depends on the situation.
Situation.
Well, yeah, if you're home and cuddling, then a cat is very nice. But if you need someone to get into a different room and there's only a little bit of space, maybe a
No,
weasel.
I mean, what you think is cuter is what I'm asking.
Probably a weasel.
And he's gonna poof Gabo in weasel form in front of her. You can
Ooh.
carry him for a while then.
She sort of like puts him around her neck like a shawl, and she puts on her little cape, and she says,
All right, little knights, let's keep going.
Gavorkov will
let's-
say in Gabo's mind,
I know that's a little demeaning, but just resist it for a while. It's okay. I'll give you some good food for it later.
Gaffer says, I suppose, master.
And don't say anything out loud to make her panic. Just act like a normal weasel.
Well, that would be impossible as a weasel. They don't have the proper vocal cords. But he will, stay put, be a good weasel, get petted and like carried and hopped around by Aliana as she gets on top of Sir, what's his name
Oswald?
again? Oswald, yes.
Would you right, Sir Oswald? Jesus Christ, how big is this dog?
This dog is
big-ass
very
dog.
big. It's a really big dog. It's like a kind of like a
Is it
what do
riding
you call
dog?
those? Like those Danes, you know.
the Great Dane.
This one makes us mastiff look like it's small.
Yeah,
Alright, well,
it's a big dog.
while she's distracted with the weasel, Pins is gonna say in Goblin to the others.
Do you guys think we should maybe have the Frosty loot out and talk with her? Maybe converse a little bit?
Yeah. Under his breath in Goblin, what manner of this? You want some magical person to just pop out and starts conversing with her?
You just told her that your whole purse is magical with cookies.
Yeah, with cookies.
That's different than a whole person. She might tell her aunt.
Maybe this is the Fae that enchanted your purse here.
But what if she tells her aunt and it bites us in the butt?
What's she gonna tell her aunt? I saw a magical Fae.
That we have a magical person that can seduce people. That seems very alluring. And
Why
her
would
aunt's gonna
she
take.
know that it can seduce anyone. It's
Because
just
that's
like
what
a
it's
dog.
supposed to do.
Because that's basically what she tries to do every time in every conversation.
Anything that's bigger than us, she tries to do and seduce it. Which we really don't need here because that guy needs to not be seduced. He needs to be in fear of us.
I think it would actually be pretty funny if he seduced him.
Well, you're not wrong, but we don't have the time. Come
By
on,
the way,
come on, get up on the
Pins,
cake.
does that map of
Right.
yours give us a safe route back home so we don't have to go through all the trolls? Because I don't want to die.
Let me see. Nope.
Great. Yes, great.
You would be correct that it does give you the same route. That's still sort of like in a goldish light blinking, pulsing. But
Ah, great! It's the quickest route one.
It's the quickest route, yes. You do see on the map, though, some other paths that are... they look more like forest paths that aren't all that clear. You also figure that in the thick snow right now, it might be very hard to find it. So as you guys make your way out, whoever is going to be in front and trying to find the way, because you know that you can go back through the tree trunk, the jump would be too far. So you have to kind of find your way around back to where you came from. But you will have to roll me a survival to see if you do not get lost. An 8. Okay, well, you guys...
Well, we lost.
Why? Why always so low?
We are most definitely lost, unfortunately.
You know,
You
at
guys,
least I'm very proud that you finally got Grey to the cat, but it has a name, okay?
I thought this was a dog.
You said cat. Thought you were finally doing it right.
That is... No. Obviously, this is a dog.
You walk around for about 3 hours, and when you look down, you definitely make your way up a bit, but when you look down, you see this place where you've been sleeping. You see the large sword in the distance down in the fog. So you definitely haven't made too much way back to home. So roll me another survival to see how long you guys will take finding your way
10
back
higher.
to the
Roll a
path.
10 or higher, man.
A 15 will just hit it in this heavy snow. And you manage, after about almost 3/4 of a day, to make your way back to the northern mountain path, where you had first made camp. You find your way back down at the bottom path over here, where these trolls are no longer there. And
Oh no, us again.
it is actually pretty quiet. It is starting with the heavy snow. It is starting to get very slippery, very dangerous. The winds are tugging on you, and the floor is slippery. But the Pouncecats have a good way of keeping themselves fairly onto the small, slim roads. You do make your way to the campsite, all the way back up here. And like I said, it's about 3/4 of a day. You can the cat's gonna need a short rest. You guys can recuperate a little, plan on whether you want to go continue, because from here it's pretty easy. You make your way all the way here, so from here it's not too hard to get back to the forked road. But you will have to either decide, maybe we spend the night over here, or we can just gonna go travel. Of course, you guys are goblins, so you're very good at traveling at night, but that will be up to you. In the meantime, there are still some forageables here. If you guys would like to grab some of that as well. But the cats take a short rest as they drink from the stream, and you guys talk amongst yourselves.
So this is where we all
Pins,
at.
keep an eye on the prisoner.
We have a
Let's-
prisoner?
Him.
The
Oh,
bard.
right, yeah, I already forgot he was there.
He quickly closes his eyes again, pretending not to see, hear, or anything.
Just watch him. Make sure he doesn't go anywhere. Not even to the bathroom.
He already did that on the cat.
That's great.
I'm gonna kick him off the tab.
That's your cat, by the way. That's your cat.
Gonna have to sadly press the digitation Greytooth then.
Yeah. If you
very
guys...
It matters.
Let's all be careful. This last time we were a little close to death.
Nonsense, nonsense. We took care of that well in hand, well in hand. And you had a large part to play in that.
Yes, I ran like the rest of you. Now, I did see some eggs, and I wonder if they're still here. So, I'm gonna go do that. If you hear a large bird, let me know.
Perhaps you should help him out, Pins. I will watch the prisoner.
I think it's funnier if the bird arrives.
Roll me a
It's gonna be
athletics
funnier.
for the tree.
Oh no, he's just
climb
going
the
to
tree.
mage hand.
Oh, well, it's a very high tree.
He's going to mold earth himself slowly up. And then, because mage hand can only be 30 feet away from him at any given point in time.
Yeah, if it's gonna take you a while, but if you make your way over here, you'll be able to mage hand.
Then he'll scoop up the egg. If there
It's
is
gonna
any
take you
eggs.
a good 10 minutes.
That's
You
fine.
do see 3 eggs in there.
3 eggs.
Oh, watch out, Gav!
How big are
There's
they?
more of those crystals behind you.
The
Kavorkov,
eggs are big enough to hold in 2 hands.
Kavorkov's gonna scream and jump off, casting Featherfall on himself as he slowly descends. And he's gonna turn midair, hand held out, ready to cast Eldritch Blast. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Idiot.
You slowly descend and you fall down this tree slowly, but you do get stuck in the trees. As you make your way all the way down, you sort of fall into the stream.
Oh shit!
There are a bunch of peaches that follow with you as you very quickly start making your way down the stream here.
Oh dear. I will
Yeah,
make my way
twin.
over. I will run over to the bridge and reach down and try to grab hold of Gav.
Yes, roll me a strength check.
Strength check. Gotcha.
A 12. You definitely hold his hand, and the water is pulling at him, and you're pulling at him as well. He's steady. And with the
I'm
help of
drowning! I'm drowning!
I throw down
Not-
my rope.
okay, with the 2 of you, takes a few minutes, but you manage to get Gavorkov out of the water. Gavorkov, you are extremely cold. You're wet. It's snowing, freezing. Roll me a Constitution save.
He's going to immediately presto himself to warm up.
Okay.
8.
An 8. Well, you're shivering next to the fire. I'll say that
See,
with the
magic
with the
is
prestidigitation.
to everything.
you managed to maybe get some of the cold out, but you should probably maybe swap into something else if you don't want to freeze to death.
Alright, I'll get Pop out. I always have to do everything for these guys.
Come along, Gav.
Why would you do that to
I don't
me?
really understand. How did you even end up in the water where you're falling so slow? I mean,
A parrot.
can't you aim?
Not when I'm running.
Oh yeah, right.
Look, give me some new clothes before I freeze to death.
Watch your tones.
I already told you it's puberty hit. I can't keep up the voice forever.
Not you. You made no attempt to disguise your voice.
Yes, I did.
Smack him in the head.
Pop attack!
It just,
That's you. That is not how that is used, and you know it.
I'll check the cats for the packages that we had for some dry clothes for Gab.
Yeah, there's definitely, your old clothes are in there as well because you did swap to winter clothes. There's also the blankets in there, so you can like wrap a winter blanket around you, and hope that your clothes are dry at some point. But that's going to be a very, very slow process. In the meantime, the cats have well rested. And you can continue if you want, but you will be stuck with your normal clothing, unless you put a winter blanket around you. It's going to be a very difficult road for you.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna do that.
Hey guys, I figured out what we're missing.
And what is that?
The ever-present lurking danger of death with Finn around. I miss Finn.
Listen. Forgive me for that voice there, Eliana. My voice tends to crack when I'm nervous.
And of
Oh,
course,
I thought it was because you are a goblin.
Wait.
Bloody hell.
And she
You smell like it.
and you see her nose wrinkles and the white of her eyes go black and her irises go yellow, and she has almost like a snarl on her face, and her she grows some pointy molars, but it really quickly recedes again. And she shakes her head and she says,
Oh, I'm feeling quite sick again. I think I need my medication.
Don't tell me you're a puppy too. Oh god.
Oh dear.
Eliana.
Yeah?
What exactly are you sick with?
No, I'm not quite sure. My aunt and the doctors, they don't want to worry me about it. They just tell me that when I get the dreams and the red haze, that, I should go to my room and take the emergency kit. Although the bard didn't take it, so I haven't had it for a while now.
Let me check and see if your aunt packed it. Go back to the cats and see if I can find anything inside
roll me an investigation.
How long usually
Lord,
is it
please.
before the red haze starts when you haven't taken your medication?
Sometimes when it's stressful, it happens more often than not. Yeah. It's been a while though. It's just been the past few days I've been a little like that.
I see.
Let me try something here.
I'm gonna grab a silver coin that I have.
Yeah.
Do I have a silver? Yes, I have.
You have plenty of silver.
I'm gonna put it to her forehead.
She waits. She sort of like almost cross-eyed looks up, to kind of trying to see the coin, and she waits.
Is this some special magic?
What? Hold on. I'm gonna.
She closes her eyes.
I think I may feel something.
Yeah, do you feel it? Okay. See, Gav, I can do magic too.
Oh, you are very versatile.
Yeah, I am. I'm pretty amazing.
Yeah.
If the jig is up, there's no reason to keep up the appearances. Oh, I can't find nothing.
Oh. Well,
You broke my concentration there, Claire. It's fine, okay.
it's usually in a little wooden box.
Is there a little wooden box with my 7 investigation?
You don't see it immediately, but after you go through the other cat, you do find a small wooden box that has a slip of paper on it.
Oh, for the love of Morgana. Here we go. What's the paper say?
It says, in case of emergency. And then inside, there is sort of there's a glass tube that has sort of like a silver point on one end and something you can press with on the other. It's not quite like a needle. It's almost a bit more like pins you would recognize as a tranquilizer dart. It says it tells you how to use it. It tells you to use it in the shoulder, and only if Aliana suffers any strange bouts. It doesn't say anything else.
No, I bet Finn would have had a cure for this. He always has everything in his bag.
Honestly, that boy had a lot of stuff in his bags.
Yeah, I think he carried that around like everything conceivable was there.
In all honesty, I know he's got to have some goblin in him because he's always asking us for money.
Yeah, you can have this.
He's distracted and gives the silver coin to Liana.
Oh, thank you, I suppose.
And you see that she regards it sort of as a magic coin, and she kind of like puts it in a special pocket.
He turns around and he's about to say something, just realizing that he just gave away gold or money. He balls his fist. Okay.
It would seem your aunt did bring out he'll present the box in case of emergencies.
Oh yeah, that looks like it. But I feel fine right now. It's just they usually use it when the red haze comes out, and then I don't remember a bunch of stuff, and I usually wake up in bed.
Well, if whatever pins here didn't do any work here, then all you got to do is just let us know when the haze kicks in, and we kicks it away.
I might not be as strong as Gaff, but I have definitely delayed whatever the red haze is for a little bit.
I think so too. I feel like this coin might be a lucky coin.
And she takes it out of the pocket and she like slides it inside her glove.
Maybe I should keep it on my skin like.
That's the best idea I've heard since
Yeah.
I last spoke.
When we get back to Clear Lake, I will tell my aunt that you are some kind of physician as well, and maybe you can help the alchemist.
Best not. No. He heals, but he's what's the word I'm looking for? He's better at the putting needles in things.
Oh, but that is what the alchemist does a lot as well.
Wrong kind of needles.
Don't disagree with the lady here.
I'm saying this for your benefit here, because if they finds out you's a goblin, we's all
You
dead.
already know it's all. You won't tell them we're goblins, right?
Of course not. You're my little knights.
Exactly. See? And you're like our. You're like our what?
Wait, she's the boss.
Well,
Somebody
I
said in the head.
am the lady, of course.
Alright, yeah, the lady.
You've got to use the words that he understands, because remember, we's got no vocabulation.
You know, there was this word that they used for her mother or for her aunt. What was it?
Well, she is a duchess, but I am not yet a duchess.
So you're like a duchess in training?
Well, she is training me to take over one day. She does want the best for Clear Lake.
Well, that's all that we can. That's all that we can really hope for, I suppose. The best.
And don't you worry, I won't say a thing. You are all under my protection. That is my word as a lady.
Hey, see? Well,
I feel so safe.
hey, at the very least, we isn't dead. And she didn't run away screaming when she found out.
Wait a second. Did you say you could smell with goblins?
Yeah, it's a very kind of peculiar smell.
Does it smell like rotten mushrooms? Because I haven't exactly had a bath in a while.
It does kind of smell like that. It's very funny you say that. I
Yeah,
haven't
I've
met
had the bath.
many goblins. Most of them were dead.
Dead.
Oh, come on. We dies all the time. You know this.
We even killed each other.
That's true.
Does your aunt...
I saw old kick one of the youngins into the great blurb, and you notice.
Can your aunt also smell us? Or only you?
I don't think my aunt can smell you, but she can see it.
What?
Oh well, magic doesn't work in our home. But if my aunt hasn't said anything, then she has purposely ignored it.
He gulps.
I can't
For the
find...
love of all fucks.
Where's the handout for the bard? I've got his name and I can't see it anymore.
Claudio.
Claudio. Yeah, the picture with the one that Gav fell in love with.
So,
Yes. See, my aunt does things sometimes. She thinks that sometimes some things are necessary, even though they're not socially accepted. But she feels that, she says that sometimes purposeful ignorance is what you need to have deniability and still reap the profits.
I didn't get a lot of what you said, but I heard
Smoke
profits.
coming out of Kling's ears.
Anyway, there must be a reason why she pretended not to know.
I think it's because, well, you're very special.
I'm just happy we're not dead.
I'm very happy we're not dead. Yes.
Gladio, wake up!
Kicks him.
Oh God, stop sucking on that thing, Jesus. It's gonna get old.
Pulls out the sock.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't let him speak. Put the sock back in.
I am a bit peckish.
He's due, because if he starves or whatever, then we're gonna have problems. I would like to have my profits.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Here, I'll get a dirtier sock here so we can put it in later.
What?
Well, I am quite peckish. I would enjoy some food, and I saw that one of you just got some eggs. I would very much appreciate some fresh eggs.
I bet you would. Here, have a ration.
How bad is the venison that we have here? It's been aging for a while.
Oh,
Well-
I think by now that has had worms in it.
Oh, good. It's perfect. We're gonna put that on the fire now.
Oh, he might die. Okay. roll me for cooking.
Does the Vorkov see that he's putting worm-ridden meat to cook for Claudio?
I mean, I don't. If he's not hiding it, I think.
No, brazenly pulling it out now.
In Goblin, he's gonna say,
Clang! We're supposed to bring him back alive. Just stuff his mouth with a dry-ass cookie or something.
Oh, don't worry. He's not gonna eat it. This is for us. I
Oh,
just want him
okay.
to think he's gonna eat it. I just
Okay.
want to. He's replying in Goblin.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
thumbs up.
Just the
roll for
smell
cooking. What am I rolling?
alone. Yeah, so let me think. Because that is an actual cooking roll, but what would I go? I'll say,
Survival? Cooking?
yeah, do me survival. Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay.
Oh, damn! Okay. So the smell of this meat alone, the rot is like filling the crisp, cold, chilly air, and you see Claudio just convulses and throws up. You see these little worms are like making their way, slithering their way out of the meat as the meat starts heating up.
See, when the worms hits the fire, it releases the seasoning.
Yeah, and you see like that as Pop is like. Pop is actually very I forgot you can actually roll with advantage because Pop helps with cooking. So he does the perfect amount of heat that you need to sort of create a steak, and as you like turn it over into the little pan you've gotten from that pack, you hear the worms like pop and explode, creating some nice gravy, and all in all, this looks like it was at least only 3 days rotten. So you did a good job.
I pride myself on cooking. Here you go, Claudio. You get the first bite.
And he like just throws up as the smell, like as you hold it under his nose, he just cannot take it. I don't think I'm hungry anymore.
you I swear, you pankies here, you thinks that this is bad? This is real fine cuisines. Yeah. Hey, Gav, you want some?
I already had my breakfast. I'm okay.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad, see? I seasoned it well.
I understand it, just... Was that grabbed before or after the whole goopy mess in our backpacks thanks to, little Seamus?
Oh, I made sure this wasn't bad. Trust me.
Yeah, that was untainted.
Alright, yeah, give me a slice.
There you go. Yeah.
And to you, goblins, this tastes as a very average meal for goblins. You guys are very resistant to all kinds of rot. You guys even eat it raw if necessary. It just fills your stomach. You feel like you've had a very nice, hearty meal, and with no side effects.
Yes, indeed. I ain't no munchie. I knows that much. That means he's a god in the kitchen.
I throw him some of Gray's prepared rations.
Yeah. You mean Claudio?
Oh, Claudio.
That's Claudio,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Let him die.
Oh, thank you so much, Sailor Boy. I'll make sure to put in a good word for you if I survive. You know,
Yeah, go ahead. Put in a good word at the warden of the prisons.
You know, if you let me go, I do have friends, and I do have money.
Mage hand slap him across the face.
How much money are we talking?
Well, definitely. He looks you over. 500 gold pieces.
500 gold pieces. He must think we're stupid.
550?
That's quite an amount for someone who's just, we just found you in a cave. What was your plan, really?
Well, Rothbury was gonna pay me, and I was gonna go in a different business venture.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not going to happen here because Rothbury no longer has any money, and we has it all.
Wait, what is... what have you done to Rothfrey?
We haven't really done anything. I mean, well, actually, we have. We kind of beat him up and pincushioned him, but after that, that's not on us.
He puts his hands up.
Like, that's not on us. Some weird corpse raven lady came.
The maiden?
I don't know.
Yeah, some weird woman came out to mirror and made him not there.
Wait, but if the maiden was there, how are you still alive? You see that he's he's confused. And he says, well, you know, it's very bad for you if you did anything to Rothfrey, because he is, he's Lady Grey's uncle. And, brother, some relation.
I believe he thinks we is dumb. Who do you think told us to kill him?
You see a little tear starts welling up in his eye as he desperately tries to find other ways to persuade you guys to let him go.
Oh, no. See, you're trying to think of a way to get out of it. But the fact of the matter is well, your goose, it's a goose, right? Is well and truly in the fire.
You see, he's starting to
I have no idea what you just said, Clang.
He's
I've
like
read it
sort
in
of
a
like
book once.
worming on the back of the Poundscat to get off. He's just like, I'll escape and I'll have my revenge. But he doesn't seem to get.
This is right there.
Just kick him in the side.
Oh.
Oh no.
Listen. Final offer. 600 gold pieces.
You know, and where do you have the 600 gold? Because we looked you over, it doesn't look like you got anything on you.
Well, of course I don't have it on me, but I definitely have it.
Oh yeah, and I'm also the leader of my tribe, of course, yes.
And my associates will definitely pay for my ransom.
Uh-huh.
Ransom, he says. He thinks he's bigger than Morgana.
Oh, no. No one's bigger than Morgana.
Hail Morgana.
Hail Morgana?
No, don't speak her name! And he slaps her.
And he passes out. Like, he's been freezing, hungry, and this final slap basically made him pass out for the...
Make sure you put some blanket on him or something.
Yeah. Just put him next to Pop. But make sure that he doesn't freeze over like a popsicle. Popsicle.
What's a popsicle? Is that something Munchie done made?
Yeah. It's like this very cold thing. It's a bit like the apple that we had.
Oh, really? Hey, I should try that when we get back to liquor.
I'm gonna go while everyone's during this time at some point. I'm gonna go look for these collectibles.
Yes, go ahead.
I was gonna say, while we have no trouble traveling at night, the one human that's with us might have a little bit of trouble. So that's why we're stopping.
Yes, you could always just put her on one of the Poundscats and she can just sleep during travel. If one of you takes Sir Oswald instead as a mount temporarily. Because the Poundscat saddles have harnesses. So that's a possibility if you guys want to travel on. Pins in the meantime, if you go, you see some mushrooms over here, some flowers. Seem kind of basic flowers. You don't know whether they are a chemical ingredients or not. But these mushrooms You seem definitely there are not too many. You can roll 1d4 to get some of either. But this peach tree is pretty well stocked, so you can also roll me a 2d4 for peaches if you want. So that is 3 divided over yellow or blue mushrooms.
I have yellow, so I guess I'll pick blue.
Yeah, you can get the blue mushrooms. There's also some berries over here. They are basic berries. They just taste really nice and sweet, and they generally grow in the mountains.
Hey, Blabbo, over here. Yeah, here we go. We get you some new stuff here. Just in the background, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like these ones. Hey, Rose, do you think these are safe for the little lady?
Which one? What are you referring to?
They're sweet berries.
Rose starts eating them herself.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He picks a couple.
Yeah, sure. I'll say you get a handful of berries.
What are these called?
Peaches. They're just a peach,
peaches,
basically.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he comes down. 3 peaches.
All right.
He comes down and gives offers some berries to Aliana.
Aliana eats them, and she seems to really enjoy them. She says, "Oh yeah, I love these. You know, they call them very good berries, but they're actually not as good as good berries."
I've never had a good berry.
Yeah, they call them adventurous berries too, because if you eat about a handful, don't need to eat for the rest of the day.
That's handy.
He grabs a couple. He gets a handful more.
Yeah, sure. Everyone can get a handful of these adventurous berries. That is the general name, but not its official name. But that's how most people tend to call it, because adventurers tend to eat them a lot.
I lightly slap Claudio on the cheek.
Hey.
Oh,
Wake up.
mother! I know.
Wake
Oh,
Ew,
God, I'm
ew.
still in this nightmare. Hello? Yes?
Yeah, eat
Yes,
this.
and stuffs the berries in his mouth.
Oh, God, this is really good, actually.
Yeah, don't die.
Yeah, don't let him die on us. We still needs him.
And you see that as she sort of smoosh all these berries in his mouth, that sort of as the berries sort of pop and sort of the juice and the meat sort of gets over his face, that it sort of stains his skin a deep black.
Huh.
Hey?
It stains his skin a deep black, like it's paint.
Like an ink almost, like seeping in the skin, and it's like a really deep purple, but it's so dark it actually just looks black.
What you saying there, Pings?
Is no. Is it stains quite a bit?
Oh yeah, tattooists use it to, tattoo people.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've been needing to get a tattoo at some point.
Mm-hmm. They pay you a lot of money if you get them, because they only grow in the mountains.
I want to uproot the bush.
You can, if you roll a nature. No, you have you a herbalism kit?
Herbalism kit, yes.
You have a herbalism kit?
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, you can roll me a wisdom. You roll over 10, you'll be able to take a cutting. So basically, you can graft it then on another plant later, and try to grow a piece of it.
Okay. I also have proficiency in nature. Does that make me roll with advantage or just?
No. This is really a herbalism thing. Like, you need to understand specifics of certain plants. So to take a proper cutting, roll me a herbalism. A 12. Okay. You take a piece. You're not sure if it's going to be good. You do know to put it in. You open your herbalism kit, and you take like some of the tweezers and the tongs and the things they have. You take a cotton and you put the little piece in a vial, and you can definitely take it to a proper herbalist in town, perhaps, or try to graft it to another plant if you can buy one, and see if it will grow a bush like this.
Can I roll nature to consider if this would even grow outside of mountains?
Yeah.
Environment.
Okay. She says that they only grow in the mountains, which is generally true. You've seen these in some places where it's extremely cold. So as long as you provide it with an environment that is decently cold, maybe like there's people that use frost magic to keep areas cold. You can even, frost apples don't go bad, they stay good, and they exude cold. You might even like throw some frost apples or graft it on a tree, a frost apple tree, to see if that if it sticks and grows. There are different ways to make sure the environment around the bush stays cool.
Okay. I'll put it somewhere. Well, Lot doesn't know, but Pins probably does know how to put it away in a proper way.
Yeah, like I said, you put it in a vial. Make sure that it's dry for now, and you put it in your kit with your herbalism kit, and it's safe there for now. Like, these vials are specially made to take cuttings and preserve them well.
Right, and I shall put the frost apple that I have next to the vial.
Yeah, you can do that.
Maybe we can bring this along with us, you know.
No, this very entrepreneurish of you.
I don't know what you just said.
What? Sorry, I haven't read that one yet.
This is very smart thinking.
Oh,
A good
well.
business mind.
That's why I'm the leader.
I
Hey, Grayson,
see.
you ready?
All right. Well, I have
Probably get to move on here. If you're feeling a little sleepy, you can go ahead and ride there with Tell you what, you can ride up here with me, Gives. You takes the Oswald, the cat.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Sure.
And you help her in the harness, and she has like a thick blanket around her, and it doesn't take long before she slowly starts snoozing off. Oswald is a very large dog. You easily make your way on him. He doesn't have a saddle right now, so it's not the easiest to sort of like hold on to him, but he's very fast, and he easily keeps up with the cats. So as you guys, because the day has now, the sun is now set and the day is over. It is very late, very dark, as you guys sort of round the corner over here.
Clank,
but-
give me some of those blankets. Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Make sure the dummy doesn't freeze to death.
Yeah, make sure that my nuts don't freeze to death.
So you guys have your winter clothes, your winter blankets. It's biting cold. Your noses feel icy cold, as the rest of your bodies actually are pretty like comfortably warm with the clothes that Lady Grey has provided. It takes you guys most of the night to make your way down the mountain path. Pins, roll me. Who's in the front? Is that Pins? Because I'm always assuming that he's leading the
I'm gonna go ahead and
charge.
assume Pins too, because he's the scout essentially.
Yeah. So can you roll me a tracking to see if you can maybe find some of your own tracks back, some way to. So roll me a survival, please, to see how well and how quickly you guys make your way back there.
Okay, I'll use thin traces to get advantage on finding old tracks, humanoid tracks.
Okay. Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay, 13. It's very hard as the snow, even though a lot of the leaves that sort of like create a dome over some of the floors are not all the roads are packed with snow. It's hard, but you do eventually make it there as the sun starts coming up. You've ridden the entire night. You're tired. But you're finally getting a little warmer as you leave the snowy mountains behind you, and you see that as you move down the meadowy paths and the forest paths, that the snow gets less and melts, and at some point it even gets a little warm, and you feel like, maybe you should open your thick fur coat a little, until you see at last in the distance you recognize the path where you've passed, where the werewolves had been. There are still corpses laying around. You see that most of them have been dragged away, probably by wild animals that have been scavenging and eating. And you know that from here, it's only a few minutes ride to the forked road. And as you approach closer, all of you roll me a perception.
Oh shit. We're in the thick of it now, guys. Oh. I've seen into the aether.
Oh, you
I
guys.
know it all.
Yes. So you all simultaneously halt as all of you hear some hushed voices. You look and peer around, and you see in the distance, you see some shady looking people quickly making their way through the forest away from you. It doesn't seem like they've seen you yet. But with your quits and a 25, they look kind of like bandits or highwaymen. And as you slowly move forward, go into the shadows and the bushes, you see that you hear some kind of hammering, you hear someone shouting commands, and then you see them sort of disappear behind rocks and places, and you can see that they have laid some kind of ambush at the forked road. There's only one way there, as you are flanked by walls of basically mountains and forest. But you do know that there is some kind of ambush awaiting you. Okay, yes, that's fine.
How many were there?
In between a gorge or something?
Yeah, so the forked road, you guys took the left road, and that is indeed flanked by mountains, sort of like a funnel almost. And
right, where the werewolves ambushed us.
Yes. The side where they fled to the side. So you know that there's mountains on both sides as well, and that they probably use that vantage point to lay an ambush.
Hey boys, you want to use the cats to get on higher ground?
What? Dog.
The Rosewood can wait until we've engaged. It's been a slow day, and bandits, they generally do bandity things. We'll just bandit them instead. See what their hole was.
My worry is if we leave Liana here, they might run to her grapher as a hostage.
No.
And threatened to, this is on Goblin by the way, threatened to slit her throat if we don't surrender.
Well, that's why we don't keep her in the open. What do you think we are? We'll leave her somewhere hidden. Maybe with one of us. We'll take the 2 cats and just bounce them from above. Ambush the ambushes.
Well, actually, I might be able to dig up a hole, like in a wall, so she can hide in there. While we go take care of things. No? Yes.
Let me ask. Hey, Ellie, are you awake?
Hello?
Okay.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm awake. Are we adventuring? Are we home?
Quiet. We're almost
okay.
home.
Okay.
But there's bandits up ahead.
Bandits.
And we're thinking of securing you inside a little cave while we go whoop the rest.
And you see again sort of the white of her eyes turns black and her irises turn like a glowing yellow. Bandits.
It's okay. Don't worry. We can take care of things. It's alright.
Why would you calm her down? It looks like she could be of aid to us.
No. Are you sure about that?
No.
Exactly. Listen, I'm just gonna make a cave, just a little room. I'll put a couch and everything. You can sit down. It's gonna be a stone. It's gonna be hard. You just hold up in there for a little while with Sir Oswald. I'll leave you my weasel, and we'll come back in a bit.
Do you promise to come back? Because
Yeah, we promise. What is it, the thing you humans
really,
do? Pinky promise? You want a pinky promise?
I've never heard of such a strange thing.
Okay, fine.
This is really dumb.
I doubt it was the types of promises that the pinkies make.
You
Just
know,
know that
I really
when a
care
knight
a whole
promises
lot.
something, you have to do it.
Yeah, we promise to come back. I promise not to leave you behind here.
Okay, well don't lock me up, okay? I didn't like that.
No. Here you can have Pop here to keep you warm and company.
I'm just gonna have to close the doors so that they don't come in, you know?
No, just
I'll leave
keep it
slits and
ajar.
stuff so you can see.
I want to be able to get out. What if you guys die and no one knows I'm here?
We won't die.
Well, it will be very unfortunate for you.
Yeah, so I don't ever want to be locked up anymore. Just hide me.
Okay.
The doors will be closed but not locked.
Alright. So, we're gonna have to get a new sock here. Gak, Klaus, whatever his name was.
I's got another really dirty sock for him. Here, take this one out here and put this one back in.
Oh no! Jesus Christ! You see, he's almost fainting again. Like every time he thinks it can't get worse, it certainly can. So do you guys manage to sort of like dig out it takes you a little bit, but with your spell mold earth, you manage to sort of dig out a piece of the rock on the side, and Aliana gets inside there. You sort of like hide the front of it, and leave Claudio there with her and Sir Oswald. And your plan is, if I understand correctly, you want to sort of climb your way up the side of the mountain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because these cats can basically climb vertically on.
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since Gavo's staying behind with her, Dvorkov's gonna mentally tell him,
if there's any trouble,
I'm forgetting words.
if there's any trouble, just speak to me in my mind, and we'll come running.
He nods at you.
Alright, turn Claudio away for a little bit, and little lady, come with me.
Oh.
So someone just faced Claudio away, and he's gonna show Aliana in front of the entrance that Gav is gonna leave.
Mm-hmm.
I will plant in the snow and cover it a little bit up. One of my hunter traps.
Oh, okay.
Hunting trap, this one, yeah. And,
she understands very well what that is, and she slowly nods at you.
yes.
Remember where this is? Don't step in it. If either Claudio tries to escape, hopefully he steps in it. But this is more deterrence for if anyone tries to come here.
She whispers at you.
Thank you. I called you at night, but how should I actually call you?
You can call me Pins, but I like being a knight for you, little lady.
All right, Nightpins, thank you. And
As she leans forward and whispers in your ears,
I'll make sure he falls in it.
and she skips back into the cave, sits down, and smiles at you as she pets Gavo.
All right, boys. Let's do this.
All right. So you guys, all of you, this is going to be actually the cat stealth, but you as well. So roll me a stealth for the cats as you guys are trying to sneak your way basically around them. So you try to climb up these mountains to ambush the ambushes.
Lot after you. There you go. And I believe I'm on Rose here. She has the advantage.
Snow.
Snow.
Yes.
Right.
Oof.
She's
Damn,
busy.
okay. So both of you indeed see again this thing where their fur sort of almost like the wind goes through it, and they seem to almost take the colors of the forest, really blending in. As they hang low, they don't make any sound. And you guys make it up the rocks. You start seeing there are some wooden pikes that are set in the floor. You see some bandits up the road. They have is what's called a palisade. Anyway, they have some things walled up, and as you make your way around, the force is starting to get sparser, and you wait right behind sort of the last set of bushes that you can see. As I move you guys, it's a little cramped, so we're gonna make it work. And you guys find your way up here. Tell me when you're all loaded in.
I'm in.
All right. So,
Yeah, give me a second here.
yeah, no problem, no problem.
It's still a little fuzzy, but it's fine.
Gonna
Okay,
armor
so
I
you-
get this myself.
Yeah, you have your way over there. You are technically, I just don't want to put you guys all on top of each other, but technically you guys are in this little corner over there. You know, you're behind these bushes over here. All of you roll me a perception so I can know exactly what you see. 7.
Can I take my natural 20 instead?
You can roll with advantage since you are on a vantage point. You're really high, and you. So everyone, roll me that. And no one has noticed you yet. A 16 for Klang. That's really good. A 26 for you. Okay. Gavolkov, you don't see too much, like the bushes are kind of like in the way as well, but you see this archer over here. It's behind some kind of almost like a shield wall that they have put up, and is intently looking down the road over there. The rest of you just see the top of the head of a guy standing over here. Must be a very large guy that you can still sort of see the top of him. Across though, Gavorkov, you see another archer over here, and you see this really big guy over here, and a strange creature. He's next to a chest.
When they all started getting information, did we see who yelled the orders?
You didn't. You heard them say the orders, and then Pins, though, you also see everything. You see the chest over here, the guy next to it, and you also see sort of like a pointy kind of head peeking over this wall over here. And that is what all of you see. When you look around, so Gavorkov, I'm assuming you want to try and see who the leader is. Sadly, you don't see enough of them, as you only see this one. But if you guys get into combat, you definitely can roll insight to see if you can recognize the voice that gave the commands or anything like that. So you guys have a chance for a surprise round right now.
Beans. Take that one out. You'll point to this guy over here. Take that one out. I'll get the one that's right below him here. I'll get this one.
Alright. Can I? I'll just shoot him, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so everyone, Gavorkov, what do you want to do?
Gavorkov is going to draw his sword, and he'll say,
"If we want to do this quietly, I can try to sneak closer to stab him while you shoot him. Or if we want to go guns blazing, I'll just blast him from here."
You know, makes sense. Cons that likes the flashy.
I think it would be very nice if we could take this one out without a sound.
Hey!
Or the others even know.
Are they coming yet? I thought you said they were close by.
I will agree.
You hear
with
this
the
one,
dad's plan.
this one over here screaming as you guys are sort of like talking together. He seems impatient, waiting for something to come.
Sneaky it is.
and he's going to get
I will
off.
Use...
Crazy.
Okay.
I will use surprise round is just a full round, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll use Hunter's Mark bonus action.
Okay. On that guy? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me mark it
Bonus
for you.
action, act as well.
Okay, so both hacks, and I'm always trying to find that.
Near the end, I think.
Oh, I see it. This one you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. So he's hexed and Hunt is marked.
Gonna
He
try to.
feel like you see him sort of like stand up straight a little and as he feels something strange come over him, he shakes his head, but then, aims his crossbow back at the road.
Try to slowly approach from behind.
Mm-hmm.
Sword
Roll me
drawn.
a stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want me to roll stealth. Oh, damn it. Wait a minute, that's with disadvantage.
Yeah, because he's got heavy armor.
Oh shit. Okay, so
Heavy armor.
So you guys, let me see. Oh shit. Okay. This guy, so this is all gonna happen simultaneously. This guy hears sort of like as you sort of like hit a rock, as you like like go with your heavy armor, like sort of slide over it. And he like stands up and starts turning around. This one's eyes go wide, which you don't know because you can tell, and also starts turning around. And this guy over here definitely notices you. He hasn't seen anyone else yet, and you see that his mouth starts to open to scream something. But at that moment, all your abilities, your turns, just activate. So, what do you guys want to do?
Shoot.
Run up, slash.
Okay. A 22, Jesus Christ, definitely hits.
Is it a sneak?
I think so. Yeah. Because first of all, he had noticed you, but Gavolkov is nearby, right? Isn't that how that works? You need a party member within 5 feet.
Yeah.
So then it is a sneak attack. Your longsword also hit. So let me see here. So so all those numbers are then active for your attack pins?
Yes.
Okay. So that is 24 from just you. And
18.
Gavolkov, you do. Oh, damn. Okay, this guy immediately. So you first come in. As he turns around, you slash him over the chest with a sword, and he's wearing leather armor, and it doesn't completely like pierce it, but you definitely like slice open the armor, and you see that some blood is starting to form. Then you immediately hit him in the shoulder with an arrow, and he sort of falls back against the wall that he set up, and he just looks at you in shock. Actually, this is a woman. She looks at you in shock, as she heard something behind her but didn't expect this. She is bloodied.
You might have reduced Gavorkov's health and not the guy's health.
Oh, I'm very sorry if I did. Then change it back.
First round of combat.
Yes.
Shoot again. Needle.
Yes, that. Let me see. That just hits the armor class. So you do another 12 damage.
Okay. I'm gonna bum rush them this one in.
Okay.
These guys have had their turns, then I will bum rush this one here. I'm guessing that they have a little. I'm guessing this is like a little wall here, right?
Yeah, they have set that up. Yeah.
Am I gonna be able to get around that here from this angle?
Yes.
Okay.
It's basically just facing this way, and it has a little pole to keep it up. But you can definitely from here just strike her.
Oh. Okay. Then let's. Fuck it. Let's just kick some ass here.
All right.
23.
23. Definitely hits her. As she do a 12 damage on her. She is looking bad really quickly. You see like as she is getting slashed, and then you with the big sword like bashing her and slicing away at her armor. She is like holding her chest and leaning on her crossbow. She is just barely standing right now. Are that all your turns? Because if so...
I don't think I got anything else here.
All right, then guys, it's time to roll initiative.
Oh, dear God. I went last in the surprise round, and I got last here. Audience to see.
Okay. Okay. So Let's see. Okay. Archer rolled really high. Okay, so as she looks at you, turns around, she looks at you with big eyes. You see the fear in her eyes. You see the knowledge that this is probably it for her. And in the last-ditch effort, she raises her crossbow and she makes 2 attacks at the people that are staring her right in the face. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Here. Oh. That is a 13 on you, Clang, which is gonna miss, and a 26 is a crit on you, Gavorkov. That is 6 plus 5 piercing damage on you.
Okay, 11. He takes 5 cold.
And at that, she slumps over and dies.
It wasn't.
As she just sort of like slumps over and falls down this hill over here. Then from back over here in the distance, you actually feel like another 2 other bolts flying your way. As there is another archer over there.
Do we
also
have
doing 2
cover
attacks.
because of this?
I'll say yeah. You have half cover because of that. With a 14 and a 23, the 14 is definitely gonna miss. How high is your AC now, Clang, with a 20? With the half cover?
Plus 2
22.
to AC.
Okay, so then she just hits you with a 23. You take 10 piercing damage, and that is her turn, which brings us to Pins.
Right. These. Yeah. Sorry. I was thinking, what's the light condition?
The light condition? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It is the sun has just set, so it's early morning. The sun is up, coming from the east. Yeah. So from this side.
Okay. He's got. Yeah. So he's not.
You're not blinded. No, you're not in darkness either. No.
I will shoot. What's in the way? This. Who can I see? This one?
That one you can see. This one is completely. This one is 3/4,
Yeah, I
and
just
this
saw
one is
it.
3/4. Yeah. This one is out in the open, and this one you can just see. If you get closer, you can see his head.
Yeah, I saw that this chest was a creature or it's just a chest.
It looks like a chest. Just looks like a small chest.
I will shoot him,
Yes.
and I will load bonus action change Hunter's Mark
Yes.
to actually change Hunter's Mark to this one.
Okay. I'll put that on her. There you go.
And I will shoot at him,
Mm-hmm.
and I will load my last splitting electric bolt.
Oh, nice. Okay, you roll me an attack for that. 21 does hit him.
Yeah. So I don't know what it just changes the damage to electric, right?
Yeah, but it also hits another target within 30 feet for half the damage.
Okay. That 6 is doesn't count. It's just 5.
Okay. It's the 5. Okay, so electric damage, and you do have that target that's behind, but it doesn't matter now because the bolt is splitting. So you can either hit this one is also still within 30 feet.
I'll shoot this one.
This one over here. Okay, so you do 5 damage and 2 damage over there. Okay. You see as you hit the arrow and he's like, and then it sparks and shoots off to the side, and he goes like, ah! You hear kind of like a lighter voice, and you see this really big, bald man. He just breaks the arrow and throws it to the side of him as he looks angrily in you guys' direction.
Hey, that was expensive. Probably. Stole it.
Everyone does heal void 3. Does this include the bounce?
Yes. No, you guys are riding
Dismounted
them.
now.
Yeah, this one is dismounted, so that depends. If you let him have a turn, I don't see him in the turn order, so he's not a companion right now, so he wouldn't heal. Or he's not a fighter right now, so
Okay, so just
just the party members, yes.
And our one fast healing does not give us a shield, right? From
No.
That
Keeper's Fort.
doesn't, but the 3 points do.
Gotcha.
Is
I think
that
that's
your
my
turn?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
my action and my. Can I dismount? Yeah, I will move.
You can, yes.
To somewhere that has cover. Like there or something.
Yeah, there's a tree stump. I'll say you have a little bit of cover there. Not quite half, but I'll say you have like 1 point of AC increase in there, over there, okay?
Is there a tree somewhere here that has more cover?
Well, there's this thing over here, but it's a bit busy over there.
Crowded.
It's very crowded, yeah. You can still...
It's fine, I'll stand here. I can.
Okay. Clang, that brings us to you.
Yeah, I can see this fella right down here, right?
Yes, you can see his head.
Yeah, we're not gonna go around the bush here. I'm jumping off the cliff face here.
Nice. Okay.
Jumping straight onto this guy here.
Okay. Yeah. So roll me your attack and roll me falling damage on this guy. For both you and the guy. So roll me 1d6.
Let me roll my attack. Here's my attack.
Nice.
You
Fucking 20.
crit! Woo! And okay, so you take 4, but he also takes 4 damage. 15, 18. 18 plus the 4, that is... okay, let me move you off for a second so I can target him. Okay. He is immediately bloodied as well. You are just... You land on him, he doesn't expect it, he turns around and you just bash him in the face. He kind of like stumbles backwards a little, and you just slice him with your sword. As this guy starts bleeding and not looking good. Okay. I am going to move you like slightly over here.
That's fine.
So that I can just see both of you. Thank you. Is that your turn?
You're fine. That's a good question. Do I want to use that? No, I'm not going to use that. So I'll be fine right now. That's the end of my
All
turn.
right. Okay. That brings us to Gavolkov.
Okay, looking over the edge, bonus action, move Hex to him. And then
Yes,
Eldritch
okay.
Blast. Straight out of space.
Okay.
I don't know why that
14.
was with advantage.
It doesn't matter. A 14 does hit him, and you do him 11 points of damage. He starting to cough up blood, and he's like, this guy looks bloody. Like he just did not expect to be ambushed by you guys like this. Is that your turn?
And he's gonna walk behind this wall. Tuck up
Okay.
closer.
That brings us to this guy over here. You see, he looks back quickly as he's confused, and the guy tells him, it gives him sort of a finger signal, and with all his might, he sort of pulls this card and like rushes into you, Clang. Roll me a strength save to see if you keep standing.
Oh, I'm good at those.
12. Oof, that matches. So you guys sort of like, he tries to bang into you, but you don't quite move. And he sort of like almost trips and slips past you. But this card does make it over there. Please, card, let me select you. Okay. This corpse stays there. As this card is now bashed into you, and this brute now focuses his attention on you, and he does take a really large club and he starts smacking you with it. He has a 25 and a 15. The 15 is definitely gonna miss you, but the 25 is gonna hit you for 6 bludgeoning damage. And that is his turn, which brings us to the bandit captain. He looks to the left here, and he points at both of them, and he gives them some command. Seems to be some kind of code language, and he jumps down here. Actually climbs his way up here, and only gets to be around here. You see the little chest that he had, that he was standing next to? It sprouts almost like little spider legs, and it starts skittering behind him.
Oh, no, no, no.
That's creepy.
As it does, it looks around at you guys, and you see a big mouth and a purple tongue and teeth coming out of it, and it sort of pants almost like a dog. As what you see is this over here. And
I don't know what that is, but I know I'm gonna kill it.
He looks at you. Ooh, he gets a 6. Okay.
I think I found my companion.
He jumps at you, and you see with this really big mouth, like opens wide, like the top of the chest opens, and he bites at you, and it's almost like this sort of like this a void zone almost appears as he bites at you, and he seems satisfied, starts jumping, and starts moving back over here. He has eaten something. You don't know exactly what it is, but he's taken something from you. And that brings us to this archer over here, who... as he is trying to... she is trying to get a good view. She can barely see Govorkov. She can see Klang, and as she is trying to follow orders, they're gonna be smart and all unleash their attacks on a single target, as the archer over here also makes a multi-attack at you. Oof, a 10 and a 17. Missing both. Yeah, she shoots, and the first arrow, it just in the cart, and the second also in the chest, like hitting one of the barrels. And you see that as she hits one of these barrels, like some kind of black powder starts pouring out. And that brings us to you, Pins.
Aye.
He's going to shoot back at her.
Okay. She does have 3/4. Go ahead.
I ignore 3/4.
Okay, fantastic. Then go ahead and shoot. That is fucking amazing.
Yep. Because I'm a sharpshooter, I shoot exactly in between, hopefully.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
Eagle eyes. 27.
There, plus Hunter's Mark.
Okay. Right, she does have the Hunter's Mark. In full shock, you're like, damn it! As you do 12, 13, sorry. 13 damage. That is a nice amount of damage. Is that your turn?
Bonus action, shoot again.
Okay. Oh, 25 again. He is like, fuck! And she is so angry, and she just kicks over this sort of like shield wall that she has over there, just in anger. As you do another 16 damage. Jesus Christ! You see the 2 arrows in her. She tries to sort of like You see she tries to pull it out, but it hurts too much, so she leaves it in. But you see that it impairs her arm. Is that your turn?
I hope it hurts.
Yes.
Fucking asshole! Okay, that brings us to Clang. You are now
All
standing right beside this big brute, who is towered over only by his larger leader over there.
I'm not in a good spot here, am I? Well, nothing doing but to stab it. I'm gonna go ahead and use a superiority die, and we're gonna go ahead and make this a goading attack if it hits.
Okay.
That is a 24.
A 24, and that's on the bandit right in front of you, right?
Yep, this guy right here.
Okay.
You need him to die.
Okay, let's.
But of course, if he lives, like I said, it would be a goading attack.
Okay, first of all, let me check his health. He is barely standing. You hack into him, and you see that he's just. You see his eyes roll back for a moment as he sort of grips himself. But he is on his last legs. He does a 12 on his wisdom save. What is he supposed to?
He's got to beat a 14, and unfortunately,
Ooh, he fails.
Until my next turn, he is going to have disadvantage on all other targets except for me.
All right. Okay, is that your turn?
Yeah, and I will just kind of look at him, going, "Come on, I'm smaller than you. You still can't hit me."
Okay, that brings us to Gavorkov.
Gavorkov is going to mold earth hunt this cart over the cliff.
Okay, so we are gonna really look at mold earth. You can move it. You can move things like dig a hole and stuff. You cannot use it with such a force that it's going to do that. Since it is a cantrip and there are special, spells to do that. So I have to keep it a little bit in the rules.
Okay.
You can definitely grow the earth. So maybe one of those barrels may roll off, or maybe the yeah.
So I can move a 5-foot cube. So this cube here, right?
Yeah.
This one, I'm going to shape it so that it slopes downward, so that it hopefully tips and falls backwards.
Yeah, that is very possible. Okay. Yeah. So you do that as your action. Indeed, this cart is already sort of leaning, and as you do that, especially with this wheel, also it sort of rolls backwards. And it starts slowly moving down here, and it falls down this cliff. It gets sort of wedged behind this pike over here, but it sort of falls down there, hanging down there.
Okay. And then going to bonus action weak spot the big guy.
The big guy. Okay. You see that. Well, the omniscience, the aura starts rotating in your eye, and you learn from it that on the back of his neck it has a weak spot.
Okay. That's gonna be his turn.
Okay.
Be a fake weak spot, not in the throat.
That brings us to this bandit over here, who is going to, with his last bit of effort and strength, going to club you again. That is a 20 and a 23. That is 9 bludgeoning for the first and 3 bludgeoning from the second.
So 12 damage. This guy is doing pretty good here. So minus 12 here. I am going to go ahead and use my reaction, however, to use the last of the band of the contingency band here.
Oh.
Okay, so that is the last one here, a normal healing pot.
Nice. Okay.
Not really.
Very
not
good
really,
job.
but it's okay. Not really,
And
but it's okay.
as you do that, he runs over here, and you see he's trying to get this cart from not completely falling down, but you do get an opportunity attack.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to run away? No. Damn it.
An 8 will sadly miss him though. And that will bring us to the bandit captain over here, who looks back, shouts another sort of code word, then looks at you, Pins, and he rushes over to you. He takes out this massive scimitar. I don't know why I didn't move. I did it with a ruler instead, I'm sorry. He takes out this massive scimitar and he just starts wailing on you.
I would like to use my nimble tactician.
Yeah.
To possibly climb up.
Okay. You can move. You can't really. You know what? Roll me in athletics with disadvantage. Yeah?
You know what? I'll use nimble tactician instead to do a ring around Rosie as he's chasing me.
Okay, I love it. I love it. Okay, he's gonna attack you with disadvantage for that, okay? As you keep running around and he's like trying to follow you. As you're like, Becker, little fucking creature, what the fuck are you anyway? And as he, let's see, that is 2 scimitar attacks and a dagger attack. He misses you with a 13 on the first hit, a 27 on the second, and a 16 on the third. A 16 does it still hit you? Okay, it does. Okay.
Do I still have I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, 16 hits.
Okay, so he swings the scimitar, and as it comes down, the first one, it just you feel the wind in your back, and you feel something hot as well. Is this scimitar on fire? It is on fire, and as you like, you sort of jump as you ring around the Rosie, and he misses, and the second one he like whacks, and it does hit you for 9 slashing and 4 fire damage. And the second hit is just with his dagger as he tries to leap at you and just stab you in the back there, as he just sort of grazes you for only 4 damage.
Is it 9 and 4, right?
9 plus 4 fire damage and then 4 piercing damage. Yes. Yeah.
So 17 damage altogether.
Yeah.
And as you do, you see this chest once again is sort of like leaping left and right to see what he's going to do. He rolls a 1. This chest sees a very yummy Gavolkov over there and jumps at you. It bites at you, and again you see like this big maw, and it doesn't really hurt, but there's sort of like this sort of void that appears, and you see him once again chomp on something. And Clang, roll me a perception.
Reaction and part on Pins.
Yes, you can do that.
Pins
roll me. Yeah, right? You roll a perception with advantage, and Pins roll me a wisdom save. Please beat a 10.
Please. Nice.
Yeah.
A 20, yes. You feel the information seeping into you. You also know that he has a weak spot on the back of his neck. Clang, you hear, even though this is sort of happening in some strange void, some weird poker playing, with pain in your heart, you hear that 7 gold coins are being eaten from Gavolkov.
Oh, it's not my goal. Wait a minute!
And that brings us to the archer, who is extremely angry, no longer in cover, still sees Clang over there, the only one who should probably get... No, actually, she sees you now. You're over there on the front. So in anger, she is going to actually ignore her boss's command of attacking Clang, and instead is going to hatefully shoot at you, Clang.
You mean Pins, right?
Pins, I'm so sorry. Getting everything through each other now. Oh my god. Okay, so
all over the place.
First hit, since you're still doing so she first hit is a 26. It crits. You take 10 plus 5 piercing damage. Second one is an 8, completely misses. As this happens, you see from the side this guy sort of like peeks his head around the corner of this thing. Yeah. And he starts shouting at this guy in a strange language. Who of you speak Abyssal?
Yes.
Okay, Pins. Okay. You hear him say, "Get that thing up there already, Jesus!" No, he doesn't say that. He says, "By the gods! By the gods!" And in his, I'm sorry.
There's some weird god that they has now. Was it called
Oh, in his frustration and anger, he shoots a firebolt at Yuklang. That is a 20. That is 6 fire damage on you.
Ow. Why? I didn't do
That
anything
brings
other than
us
try to
back.
kick him.
That's true. That brings us back to Pins.
Everyone heals 3.
Yes.
Thank you. This is gonna suck when the radiant damage comes. Oh,
I will shoot.
Okay. She's not like right in the open.
Shoot him back! You can't do that!
A 20 definitely hits her. You do her 12 damage. She is she's on her last legs. She's barely standing over there. You see her like, and she just like almost is hanging between these two pikes to sort of to hold herself up.
Yeah, what was that? What was that? Huh?
Fuck you!
Yeah, fuck you too!
Bonus action shoot again.
Okay, a 17 also hits her for 6 damage, and as she opens her mouth, I'll kill you! And you hit her right in the throat, and she like gurgles up blood and just falls limp as she dies.
And, I'm a knight, I'll have you know.
Is that
I
your turn, or would you like to move?
Like to move.
Okay.
Let me see. Yes, I would like to climb up.
Yes, roll me a athletics.
Yes.
11. Okay. You start climbing. And
I'll do
yeah?
Morgana's blessing on that.
Okay. You start climbing, and there aren't a lot of branches on the lower end of the trunk. You start digging your little nails in it, and you see that this big bandit leader is trying to stab his dagger into your little hands as you try to climb, but you're too fast, and you sort of scramble your way up until you find some branches. You make your way 15 feet up the tree.
Screw you! That hurt!
Come back here, little coward!
Oh, okay, since you asked so nicely. No!
That's my turn.
Clank, that brings us to you.
Oh, I've been wanting to do this for a little bit here, and I think I finally have the correct opportunity. This guy right here, I'm moving
Yes.
up to intercept him.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the shove action,
Oh.
or I'm gonna shove him.
Nice.
Okay, so I was reading up on it while we were doing all that wonderful antics here. I'm basically using up my attack action here to shove him here.
Yes.
Off the cliff here. I believe that is instead of making an attack roll, got to make an athletics check, and
Yes.
I believe it's contested.
Yes, it is.
That is 1.
He rolls an 18. You shove him, and as he's already holding on to this cart, and you just shove him, he no, and you see him for a moment try to adjust his weight as he's on his tiptoes basically, and you just sort of like take the tip of your sword, put it against his back, and like dink, yeah, and he like, and he like falls down here and gets just pierced
Oof.
by all these things as he's like, and just starts bleeding all over the place as this cart finally sort of like one of these barrels falls down here and breaks. All this powder basically leaking out of it. Is that your turn?
I think
is dead,
that's
by the
all
way.
I'm gonna. I know.
Just so you guys know.
Figured as much here. After seeing the everything kind of spread along the floor there, I'm gonna go ahead and think about helping Pins and realize he's got this. He's got this. I will, however, move to attack this little stupid thing here that's stealing our shit.
I'm
not gonna attack.
Before you do, like, you realize this is a companion, and he is linked to this guy.
Oh, then never mind.
You can't target him. So you can still move somewhere else if you want.
Oi, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Take me. Come on.
The fuck are you? Are you those murder gnomes?
I beg to differ. We's definitely not Nims.
Is that your turn?
That's it.
Remember to take your one fast healing from Pop.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we did get that here. It's been 2 turns here, so I need to
Yeah,
get
you can add 2 points. Yes. That brings us to Gavorkov.
Alright, upon Gavorkov's turn, he is going to bonus action move Hex to the big guy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And he is going to... If my sheet loads... Currently not getting behind him, so there's no weak spot that I can shoot at, but I can just blast him in the face. That's what I'll do.
You definitely can.
Alright.
A 22 is definitely gonna hit him. You, as you're laughing, big laughing face, like his eyes grow big. The fuck is this foul magic? As this big goblin face basically engulfs him. As you deal 9 damage to him. Okay. Is that your turn?
That is his turn.
Okay. That brings us to the bandit that's dead. That brings us to the bandit captain over here, who is angrily screaming in some kind of cult language. He looks up to you, Pins, and he thinks, fuck it all. And he focuses now his attention on you, Klein. As he is going to start wailing on you instead. You see again, like, he takes this scimitar and he sort of like slides it over the flat of his hand, and it starts burning once again. As you see these sort of runes on his hands start glowing, and he makes 2 attacks with his scimitar and a dagger. He hits you the first time for a 17. That's going to miss you. Second attack is a 30. That's going to crit. It's going to be a 30, 3-0.
Yeah, I heard it. I only registered it after the T
sorry.
there. I'm like, oh dear.
So that is 9 slashing and 3 fire damage, plus 4 fire damage. Yeah, so.
Okay, watch out, he's got a flaming scimitar. Oh, okay, never mind, you felt it.
Oh, okay, so it's 13 damage then. Okay.
And his second attack, as he like lunges forward with his dagger, he just misses and sort of like stumbles past you over here, because you're so small.
Take that stone from you when I kills you.
If you can. But seriously, I mean, are you fucking murder gnomes? Because I could, as he looks over the battlefield, I could use some extra workers.
You ain't got some money to afford us.
As you see this little chest once more, looks around the battlefield. Oof, okay. Thought that Gavorkov was pretty yummy. He jumps at you, and you have not seen his mouth stretch this far. It's like he engulfs your entire body and bites you. You need to roll me a
Oh, no.
DC 12 strength save.
Oh dear God, no! Oh, no!
As you guys watch, you see this chest open wide, and Gavorkov just
Hey, I
disappears
think
in
it likes me. Ah, it likes me too much.
It turns around, burps loudly, and then starts panting as if it did a good job. Gavolkov, on your turn, you can repeat the saving throw if you want. At the start of your turn, you take 1d10 acid damage for as long as you're inside Chesty. And that is bringing us over to this archer who is dead. But also...
Just eat Gavorkov. Ah!
Hey, it's too bad. It also ate all his money.
This mage over here is looking desperately, and he starts to run. That brings us to you, Pins.
Who's trying to run up?
Oh, he was holding some things for me too.
He was holding all that money too. If he died, at least we could have taken the money.
Fucking coward.
You wanna,
Hey, you got advantage on the shot from that upper angle there. Not really, but no, not really. No, not really, but
Bonus action.
Yes.
Snaring strike.
Okay. Let's see. So if you hit it, it gets engulfed in vines.
Yes. DC
Does it need to
10.
do a save on this or something?
DC 12. Or does it say a DC? Yeah, spell DC.
strength saving
Oh,
throw.
12.
Yeah.
Oh, strength save. Okay. Well, I'm sure he's good at that. Okay, so let's see.
I'm not done with you.
Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him.
He rolls a 7. A 14 does hit him, so you do 9 damage to him.
No. 7 damage.
Oh.
Sorry, he has no hunter's mark on him.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so you do 7 damage, and these vines just from the frost tree just starts extending to him as they wrap around him. And she's like, no, oh, please. As he is like,
Where do you think you're going?
so he is restrained. Is it restrained?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
So, do you want to do something else, or is that your turn?
No, that's my action. Bonus action. I won't move, so I'll stay here.
Okay. That
Oh
brings us
right,
to you,
everyone
Blaine.
heals 3.
Yes.
Thank you, Rose. Okay. I'm gonna take this guy's sword from him when he dies. So, let us unload everything. I'm gonna go ahead and use a superiority die here. If it hits, it will be a menacing strike.
Okay.
That is a 23.
Ooh, 23 definitely hits.
Okay,
So-
he will take. Oh wow. He'll take 10 damage overall. But
And a wisdom
more
save,
importantly,
yeah?
he needs that wisdom. Yeah, he needs that
He
wisdom save.
rolls a 10.
He fails. He's a.
Okay, so
frightened.
okay, nice. Okay, so minus 10. He is starting to get worn down. You can see that. And he, as you smack him and you just pierce through his armor, you see that he doesn't expect it, and he looks at you. You definitely fucking murder gnomes. And you see that for some reason strikes great fear into his heart, as he is now frightened of you.
Oh, that's nothing here. That's nothing. Because we're gonna do another attack here with action surge.
All right.
Yeah, it's like I'm a fighter or something. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, give me a second here. There we go. No!
12. Oh, the 12 sadly misses as he looks at you with big eyes, and you'll kind of, you think he maybe go and dodge, and you should just try to account for that, but he just stands stiffly still, and so you kind of swing wide.
That's fine. I will go ahead and use my my bonus action here because action surge doesn't require a bonus action. But
Okay.
I will go ahead and use a bonus action to use second wind to get some health back. And don't look at the 5 up there; it's just tagged.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, do you still want to move, or are you...
No, I'm fine right where I'm at here.
All right.
Because ain't nobody actually there. Oh no, you stay right there, Chesty.
I'm just moving him a little, so it's Gavorgov's turn.
So I need to do another strength save.
You
Yes.
can do a strength save as an action to break free, and you do take 1d10 acid damage. 6. You sadly fail, as you see, as Chesty is sort of like, his mouth is a little open and he's panting, and you hear Gavorkov in there. You see his hand sort of coming out, but it gets swallowed back in. Roll me that 1d10, or do you want me to roll it for you?
Go ahead and roll it. 6.
6. You take 6 acid damage.
Greg, you're still alive in there!
Brings
I was
us
hoping we was gonna get his gold.
to the bandit, who is just... He is scared of you. He's going to make his attacks against you with disadvantage, because he truly thinks you might be a murder gnome. So
No way are we red caps. No way.
he rolls a 14, which is going to miss you, a 16, which is going to miss you, and a 22, though, with his last dagger strike, hitting you for 7 piercing damage. Chesty, over here, needs something else to eat. It's going to run its way over here, looks up at the tree, and you see him leap all the way up to you, Pins. As he, let's see what he rolls.
No, go away!
I'll use my reaction to climb up further.
He jumps after you, and he like snaps his teeth, and he just misses. As that brings us back to the archer who's dead, to Pins. He is now sitting like with a really happy sort of like smile, his tongue hanging out of his on a branch below you, sort of like a little tail piece wagging as he looks at you.
I think that was his turn, not the archer's turn.
No,
Yeah, the archer had a higher initiative.
yeah, so it's your turn.
Doesn't...
No?
The chest missed biting you.
No, I mean this guy down below.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. I thought he had run away. I totally forgot about it. Can he do another? Is he still
Yeah,
restrained?
He takes 1d6 first, and then he can do another.
Okay.
strength
Okay.
save.
Let's see. Let me. Do you want to roll it, or should I roll it?
You can roll it.
Okay. 1d6. 3 damage. And then he will try another wisdom save to get away from you.
Strength save.
Oh, strength save. Oh, right. Oh, he rolls an 8. He's still stuck there. And you see these vines tightening around him as like the branches of this tree are sort of like moving their way like slowly around his mouth as he's like, no! And that brings us to you then, Pins.
It's alright, I've got another shock for him.
You got this one, Clang.
Pins.
He says,
Do you got this one, Clang?
and he looks at.
Of course I got this one here. He's a pushover, he is.
I will shoot at Mage Boy.
Okay. Roll your attack.
Oh,
An 11 hits him. 9 damage. Yeah.
He has no AC, he's a
He has no
mage.
fucking AC. Yeah, he's a warlock. He has you hit him for 9 damage. You see that he is like through these vines, you see blood start to seep. And you can sort of hear he is like screaming, but it's all muffled by the vines. Do you?
I can hear you.
Bonus action shoot again.
Okay, you shoot him like just with your eagle eyes, just this dead shot. As you shoot him like right in, just through the neck. It's a miracle. It's a miracle he's still alive because he's 1 health now. And he just passes out as he slowly starts to bleed out. You see him go limp as these vines still sort of hold him up. And you wonder, how the fuck is he still alive? Is that your turn? Okay. That brings us to Clang.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. I can only do one thing here, and I'm gonna do it well. I believe it. Oh yeah, menacing attack is still in effect until the end of my next turn. Fuck. Let's see, what else can I add to this here? Oh, wait a minute. I can add one more thing to this. We're just gonna use. If this hits, this will be with Fury of the Small, because this guy's bigger than me.
Oh, yes, definitely.
So, heck, damn it! Never mind.
Oh, shit, a 12 will just miss him, and as he looks at you and sort of like dodges out of the way, and still with this fear in his eyes. Do you want to move still?
I will move here.
All right.
And he is no longer frightened of me, unless, of course, he still thinks we're murder gnomes.
He does think you guys are murder gnomes. He is scared of you guys. He all his rolls are with disadvantage now. That does bring us to Kavolkov.
Remember to heal for 4 now, because I don't think I said it last turn.
That's true.
Roll the 9, I'm still inside.
Yeah, you roll a 9, you miss, but you notice that he's starting, you feel weird, like a convulsing. You've never been in a creature before. You've never been in a creature before that's throwing up. And as this happens, you get thrown up out of Chesty, because this is the 3rd turn. This is your 3rd turn inside him, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
He throws up. But since he's on the branches, you're falling 15 feet down. So roll me an acrobatics, roll me a dex save to see if you can actually like get a, oh, fantastic. Okay, so you get like vomit it out of Chesty, and you start falling, but you're really quick, and you slowly, because he's in the tree basically here, and you slowly fall down and you're free. So that does not take up your save right here, so you still have your action to do something.
Okay, he is going to blast towards the big guy and run away from the chest.
Okay, you still take that 1d10
yeah, I took it.
damage
I took it.
Yeah, okay. So you blast him, okay. He still has also that thing still on him. 19, that definitely hits him. You do 17 damage. Let me just, okay, minus 17.
You're lucky you taste gross.
And then again, like this big face like coming at him, and you just see like he's starting to panic. All his men are dead. The other one is trying to flee. He doesn't know what happened to that one, but he assumes that one's gone. You guys, in his mind, truly must be those little frightening murder gnomes that you know have been a pest lately. He is starting to bleed from all kinds of places. He is bloodied. Heavily, how do you say that? Heavily
wounded?
He is haggard at this point. Haggard is a good word.
Yeah, basically. He is scared, and he's sort of just like, basically, he's like, wait. Can we talk about this? Can we, like, as he's like sort of holding his hand over like bleeding places, but it just seeps through his fingers. It's like, listen, I have a lot of gold. I have items. Can we talk about it? Like, I need a new crew. We can. Come on.
No, I think it's just much easier to deal with you when you've no longer got the bloods in you.
Fucking wretch. As he launches for you once more. Again, disadvantage. That is an 18 is going to miss you. A 28 is going to hit you. That is 8 slashing, 5 fire. And then 18 is once again going to miss you. Chesty over here, still looking at you with much interest though. He leaps at you once more, Pins. As he is... This one's gone. This one's gone. This one's gone. As he once more leaps for you to bite at you, you see as he jumps, this big maw of his opens.
As he does that, I will reaction drop to the floor.
Okay. As you do, he lets himself drop after you, and as you look up, you see this big mouth. Roll me a strength save.
He's gonna try and he's gonna eat you. Don't do it. Damn it!
Oh.
Morgana, be with me. No.
As this big maw sort of like falls down, you see like as the dust sort of like blows up, and Pins is no more, swallowed by Chesty.
Man, it didn't even. Yeah, we didn't even get his gold.
That brings us to Pins, to you. You can do a strength check, beat a 12 to burst free from Chesty. And you take 1d10. So you break free. You're like, fuck this. And you just burst free, and Chesty explodes into golden coins, and you see this whirlwind of golden coins start appearing around this big guy over here as Chesty disappears.
Hey, get after that sooner than Gav did, and I would.
This is why I'm the leader. He's stingy inside.
That brings us to Clang.
I mean, I haven't done
That was your action.
Yeah, but it was your action to break free.
Oh, he still says.
All right, Mr. Big Man.
And I take out Vengeance. I just aim it at him.
Okay, he looks at you with large eyes. Who the fuck are you guys?
We are from the Lickishram tribe. Soon to be very feared again in the regions.
Doom Squad.
Doom Squad.
Indeed, the Doom Squad. You were begging for your life here. You've got nothing left. He's not really a pink skin. Gav, what do we call him?
How about a dead skin?
Yeah, dead skin. What? He's not.
He's gonna be dead right now, anyhow.
Right.
Yeah, either you kill him or I kill him, it doesn't matter.
It might be. If you.
As you guys are arguing, he tries to run away.
Hey, stop.
Yeah, he tries to move.
So
You
Vengeance aimed at him.
Yeah.
If he moves, I keep aiming at him.
okay,
Look,
Clang,
hey.
you get an opportunity attack.
16.
16 hits him. You hit him for 11 damage, and he sort of like you whack him in the back of the leg as he like falls over on the floor here and is considered prone.
Look, if you surrender, maybe you can work for Morgana instead of something to do with your life.
Do we really want these Roomies to work with us?
Sounds like a great idea. This Morgana, that sounds like it. Please let me go.
No, it's not that easy. You're gonna have to pledge to Morgana.
Of course.
You value your life.
I do.
You had this.
Gavorkov's
Is there like an oath system in this world?
There
No.
isn't.
Gavorkov's gonna
There are
say.
people with, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There is powerful magic. Some people are able to curse you if you don't do it, but there is no like sort of like deity power that holds you to things unless there is some powerful magic involved by the people themselves.
Gavorkov's gonna step up and say,
I don't think you can be of much use for Morgana, but I think I can find a good use for him.
Yeah, I'm very resourceful. Like, we have a camp.
Is that the end of
I
your
just
turn?
thought maybe it could be some passive income, you know?
Yeah, I could totally do that. Like, yeah, I'm business savvy. I mean, I set this all up by myself.
You're gonna have to not only swear an oath, but also ensure you sign a contract. One that is binded by my magic.
Roll
I'm
deception.
sure you know what that means.
With advantage because I told him to pledge.
Oh boy.
Maybe.
And of course, murder hobo itching to stab him if he says no.
Does our
I'll say you
interaction
can
give
roll.
advantage?
I'll say you can roll. Like, since you have a very magical weapon out that is only worn by usually some kind of blood hunters or very skilled, basically death trappers. I'm gonna say you can roll the deception with advantage.
Yay! Oh no!
Let's see.
I
Let
have a
me
plus
just
6 to
roll
this shit.
his insight. I mean, that is not a great stat for him. So let's see. Insight is that is wisdom, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. He rolls a 15 though. So he looks at you. Roll me, and you guys roll me an insight now.
Oh boy. Inside. I hit the button.
Okay.
It's coming. I hit the button. I don't know why it didn't
You
come.
can hit it again.
There it is.
Oh, full.
There it
Okay.
is. Yeah,
He says, no, of course, I know what that means. I know what it means. I'm loyal. Don't worry about it. I'll sign it. He seems scared. Pins, you see that he's lying. He knows that Gavorkov doesn't have that power.
Let me at him. Come on, Pinch. Let me at him.
Pin squints his eyes, looking at him. Just says,
It's a shame. Have at it, Clang.
Wait, what's the shit? What are you doing?
15?
15 just hits his armor class. And with that blow, he's like, no, wait, I'll sign the cut. And you just slice down as he is, because that was also, by the way, with advantage because he's prone.
Oh. Let's see if I can
Yeah.
get a crit on
Yeah.
that here.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, let me see if I can crit on that here. That's same.
Okay. You hit him, and as he's like, no, well, I'll sign the contract. And you just slam down your sword, and you slash, and this entire head just comes off. Rolls over the floor.
Why
Yes,
would you
this
kill my
little-
muscle?
Little chest.
I knows the muscle you need,
You
Gav.
wasn't gonna sign your contract, Gav. I saw it. His eyes. It's bluffing.
Out from over his body appears this little chest, who sort of like looks at the dead body now, chews a little on his arm, looks happily at all of you.
Well, at least let me keep that thing, I guess.
That brings us to Gavolkov. Basically, you guys are out of initiative, but this chest is technically still there.
Just gonna grab his scimitar, his flaming scimitar.
Yeah, you grab his sword, which looks like a normal scimitar that has some heavy burns on the slashing side.
Magic makes no sense.
Who of you has the most gold?
How much did he end up taking from me?
7 gold.
7 gold. Okay. So that
How much did he end up take from me?
He didn't take anything from you.
Oh,
Gav has got.
He took something from me.
Yeah, he took something for you, but not gold.
Gav has.
I'll look in my pockets.
49 platinum, 489 gold.
Who has higher than that?
Me.
No, I'm under 400 gold.
I have 55 platinum, 671 gold, 100 silver, 99 copper.
Okay. He starts sniffing you, Clang. As you see, like, he starts opening his mouth as he starts sniffing at you, like your gold pouch. He seems very interested in it.
No, go away, back off. Just kind of shoving him away. If he's not attacking me, outright attacking me, I'm gonna just kind of shove him away.
He then starts skittering to Gavolkov, whom he also sort of skitters around you, and then also starts sniffing your gold pouch.
I think it wants to eat more of my
damage.
gold.
He's gonna take out a copper piece and toss it at him.
He sort of looks at it, sort of snorts, looks back at you.
Toss a gold piece.
Oh, he's calling him a cheapskate. Gotcha.
Basically. In the meantime, what do you all want to do? So I assume that you're busy with the chest.
Yep.
What does everyone want to do at this time?
Well, I'm definitely
I go
taking his scimitar here, but other than that, trying to recover my wounds.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good
Oh, wait a
point.
minute.
You take 2 damage. Because
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
I was about
you regain
to
2.
say that. Okay.
Yeah. How are you
Minus
looking?
2
Because I can't see your health.
I'm at 13 health. Above.
Well, I mean your health bar. Like, can't see how worse you're looking
There.
on the surface. Okay. The pins is going to walk over to you, put his hand on you, and says,
and always count on you to do the finishing blows, huh?
and he's going to cast Cure Wounds on you. 10 health.
Nice.
Oh, thank you, Pains. Thank you.
That's a nice amount of healing too.
Yeah, definitely. That's a crit heal.
For real. Okay. Gavolkov. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No. I'm talking to myself. Sorry.
This one's dead from the vines, by the way, because he had 1 health on his turn. He takes 1d6, so he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
I will just say I will gather some of the bolts that she had. If she was using crossbow, so I'll take some of the bolts.
Yeah, I'll tell you what you guys found in a second for looting. If you guys loot, roll me an investigation for everyone who's looting, so I can see on your average rolls what you guys find. So do that for me. Gavolkov, this chest looks at you with great anticipation.
He tosses him a gold coin.
He snatches it up and like chews on it, and he just scoots a little closer to you, like his mouth like grinning and like panting, and you see kind of goldish letters appear above his head. It's in a language you don't understand, however.
Except I do, because casting comprehend languages.
Okay. Okay. You
The same
read...
language we've seen twice before.
It is abyssal. And you see sort of the rules of contract, like you've seen before on the other companions. This chest requires 50 gold pieces, which it will devour. And it needs 50 gold pieces at any given time inside of it to remain at your side.
Do I need to give it 50 gold a day or just 50 gold once? And then if it runs
once, but for instance, if it uses abilities that make it run out, you just need to make sure it has a minimum of 50 gold pieces inside of it at any given time.
Okay.
That
50
seems
gold
easy
pieces
enough.
or 50 worth?
50 gold pieces worth of coins.
All right.
He's gonna take out a pouch with 99 gold.
He perks up on his little sort of spider legs and just starts drooling.
There you go.
And then he's gonna put it in his mouth, and Gorka's gonna extend his hand.
It eats it, and it then licks your hand. And you've been in this thing before. It was very painful. It doesn't hurt anymore. And you feel this sort of this wet, sticky tongue as he licks your hand.
That was more for a handshake, but all right.
And he begins to clean his hand on his shirt.
And with that, as the that sort of purplish fluid starts sinking in, sort of absorbing in your skin, you feel a connection, and you understand him, and you have now all players. Okay, I think you have control now over the sheet.
It is loading. Let me close and open it again. Testy. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so I haven't rolled for its rarity yet, which I'm going to do now. Which will be a 1d4. On a 1, it becomes worse than its average. On a 2, it's an average. On a 3, it's better. I've rolled 3s for both the other two, so you guys are lucky. On a 4, it's 1 level higher, and it's a shiny. So let me see. Okay, I can stop rolling 3s.
I'll take it better than a 2.
So let me edit that in his sheet. So he is a level 1 rarity 3.
Now, are you sure there was no +1 to that roll or anything?
Cry it, I can make it a 2.
No, please.
Really now? Really? You're trying to bribe everybody now, huh?
So that means his health goes up a little bit. So I'll
Fantastic.
do that. Because he is now... Here we go. And that goes up as well. So I'll make a small adjustment. Basically, what I'm going to do is not let you guys wait. So I'm going to do that in the end. But you guys, have you done your investigations? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
5 at 22. Kavolkov also roll me an investigation to see as a group how well you guys loot.
Okay.
An 11. Okay, so the average is at least over what you need to roll to find everything. So when you guys go over all the bodies, including the mage that's all the way over there, let me open him because I put it in him. you guys find, and I'll link it down afterwards so you don't have to all write it down. You find a total of 10 gold pieces, 15 silver pieces, 30 copper pieces. You find damage studded leather armor, which is worth 5 gold pieces. You find the blackened scimitar worth 10 gold pieces, a dagger worth 1 gold piece, a wooden club 5 copper, a worthless burnt crossbow. A 1d4 minus 1. Oh, yeah. Roll me a 1d4, Vince, since you're going for the bolts. 2. You find 2 minor incendiary bolts. And since the 2 barrels did not explode, you find those 2. They are kind of like keg-sized. You have those small kegs that they put beer in and stuff. Yeah, they're that size. There's 2 of them. One of them is broken, however. The other one is still okay. And then the other thing you find is on the warlock in the back. You find a bottle, a strange bottle with a liquid in it and some kind of small glowing creature inside. So I will link it for you guys so you guys can copy it if you want to. Oh, you know what? Let me put it in the chat for a moment because this is getting really oddly formatted. I'll put it in loot for now, and then someone can convert it, and then I'll take it out. So that is what you find, and then from this warlock over here, you find a strange.
Okay.
Got a lot of stuff there.
After that, Pins is going to take Gray. Says,
Alright, guys, I'm gonna go check on our little lady.
Yeah, that's smart.
darts up.
We'll follow along soon as we're ready.
All right.
You got to look at this thing. It was burning earlier. Come on.
What was burning? I've been in the chest basically the whole fight.
I'm holding the scimitar out to him, like,
Here, take a look at it. Tell me what it does. How's it work?
Okay. You're gonna have to give me like 10 minutes, though. But,
Well, you guys.
Never mind. Get on the cat. I'm sorry. Get on the dog. We go.
also, say hello to my little
tongue.
friend. And he points at the chest.
It's creepy. I love it.
Thank you.
You guys make your way back to the place where you left Aliana in the hole you made, or the sort of little cave in the wall. She is still sitting there with the ferret. The bard, Claudio, he seems to have had a little accident. He seems passed out and his leg is bleeding heavily.
Shit.
Well, that seems very unfortunate.
What happened?
I have no idea.
I don't know, he just fell and, some people just have weak ankles.
He winks at.
What does his wound look like?
Like it's savaged by a wild animal.
He's gonna look at Gabble the Weasel. Yes.
He looks at you with dead eyes and he says, he stepped in a bear trap.
Okay. I thought she mauled him a little. Okay.
Well, she definitely helped him.
Did she get him to get up
like
and
this
walk
girl.
on it? Or was he running away and she pushed him on it?
Are they really that different?
Yes.
Well, both.
Both?
Honestly. Are you saying this out loud?
No, this is mentally with the
Yeah.
Raider. With the wizard.
Damn it! I would love to comment on that, but I guess not. Okay.
And a
Okay.
weasel sadly can't speak.
Pins, don't forget to
Out
pick
loud.
up your trap.
I won't.
Well, you don't know Pins put it there.
Who else has traps? He's seen Pins put traps down before.
Wild guess, I guess.
Boy,
He is right.
as an accusation, I'm honored that you first think of me.
Yeah. Can you do anything about his leg? We kinda need him alive.
Oh, he's alive. I made sure he didn't die.
We can't have him bleeding out either.
He doesn't. He's just on the brink. You know, on, off, on, off.
And you see sort of like, as she says that, like, her fist opens and clenches, and there's sort of a glow. And you see sort of like Claudio go like, like it's sort of like he sort of gains consciousness and then like passes out again.
Can he tell she's using some kind of magic?
She's not hiding it.
Would Gavorka be able to know what kind of spell she's using?
Roll me an Arcana.
17.
Oh, sorry. It's you don't know what the spell is. It seems to be something that transfers health, like in a circle. Like it looks like she absorbs it and then gives him health, but then absorbs it back. It's like she constantly keeps him sort of at the brink of death.
That's wonderful.
Oh dear lord.
Extremely creepy. But
Yes, it is. This girl is an automatic goblin now.
Yeah, I mean, is the thing is clearly not on his leg anymore, so I'll go find it.
Yeah, it's still in the place where you basically did it, only it has snapped now.
Yes, okay, I'll collect it. So that's
Yes.
Do we have to turn her back over to her aunt? Can we keep her? She's a goblin like the rest of us.
Oh, can I come? I
He's
would
not
love
a
an
pet
adventure.
playing.
Oh,
Just kicks a rock.
You see also that Aliana pouts,
Fine. Just like my aunt.
and she like climbs on the Sir Oswald.
Never get any fun.
And you see like she
Sometimes
sort of
he is just like your aunt.
and she sort of
Jenny.
like clenches her fist hard, and you hear Claudia like. You guys get Claudio back back on the back of the Jesus Christ words, the Pants Cat, and although he looks mortally wounded and his leg is savage, and as a miracle it's still dangling on, it seems to just not bleed, strangely. You see it's bloody, but it's not seeping blood, almost like she stops it or just not makes it come out of his body. And you guys put all your stuff in, you get your trap, and you now can freely move through the forked road, where you guys are very tired. You traveled an entire day, traveled an entire night. You're starting to get to a point of exhaustion, but you make it back to the forked road, and you make it all the way to Clear Lake, where you get to the gates. It's only about like a 2-hour drive, a ride or so. But with the Pounds Cat, it goes very quickly. And as you arrive, you see the guards immediately get information like, Lady Aliana! And they shout once more these code words, and the gate starts like lifting, the portcullis starts lifting, and you guys make your way through the 3 sections of the portcullises, and make your way inside Clear Lake.
Thank you, gents, for letting us in.
No problem. And you see like one of the guards is like, sorry, I have to go, and he takes a horse, and you see him like race off to the manor.
I must forgot.
You forgot your voice, Clank.
I know. I'm tired.
It's all right.
Yeah, I know. Give me a break here. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Very tired. I cannot keep this up for very long.
If the
don't
Duchess
worry.
knows about it,
that's what
I don't
get
think.
up to.
If the Duchess knows, I don't think there's much use in keeping it up.
Shh.
No one else knows she needs the dye ability. It's okay. He just, swallowed a frog. Those potions. Oh, sometimes they backfire.
And you see the carriage house, the guy at the carriage house, the stable master. He looks to just nod at whatever she says, and he says, "Would you like me to prepare a carriage, Lady Aliana, to bring you to the manor?" And she looks around you guys for if that's what you guys want to do.
Do we need a carriage? Can't we just ride in on?
It would be only proper for a young lady to enter in a carriage.
How much is this gonna cost me?
Well, nothing.
You-
It's my carriage.
It's her carriage. How about you just leave the society things to me?
You know what? This is going to be your last moments as an adventurer. Might as well just have a little stroll through the city, sitting on your high carriage.
Yeah,
He is right though.
I'm really gonna miss it. You guys are the greatest knights, and I will make sure that my protection will be over you always.
Aw.
You know what? We might come back, probably now and then. Have a little adventure, a little chat. Fill you in. 'Cause I like you, little lady.
Yeah, maybe I can sneak out sometimes.
And maybe when you're
If
old
you're-
enough, we can bring you with on some adventures.
Her eyes just are. You see like that childlike, excitement in her eyes.
I can't wait. I can't wait to know how to keep
Mirrored-
that a secret.
Almost Mary. Despite his facade, his eyes go wide. Like yes, we need to do this.
She nods like there's like this secret amongst you guys.
But first,
And she says,
we
Yeah.
must make sure your aunt is happy with us.
of course, I will say everything I need to say. I'll make sure she gives you a nice bonus.
And she says, she looks at the stable master and she says, I have decided I'll ride with my knights. And she holds like this stick in her hand that she found in the forest somewhere. And she says,
She had
forward. And she rides forward on Sir Oswald as you guys follow. You don't have to.
well, we're definitely gonna have to
We
follow.
bill.
'cause
We bill. No, we follow.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing you like, nope, we're going.
So you make your way there. You see like the horseman or the soldier that was on the horse halfway there. He makes his way back and he says, "Oh, Lady Aliana!" But you guys just speed past him as you make your way to the grand sort of entrance. And where you see like the double doors are already open, and Lady Grey, you see her running outside. And she says, "Oh, Aliana! Oh, I was so worried. I'm so happy." And she looks at you guys, and you see Aliana like gets off Sir Oswald, and she says, "Sir Oswald!" And you see that both the dog and Aliana like both leap at Lady Grey as she embraces her, and she says,
Oh, Aunt Alicia, it was my father after all, and I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have trusted him. And it was. And she said, "Shh, child, it's okay. We're going to talk about it. We're gonna go inside, and I smell blood." And she sniffs the air, and she
You will
says,
have to excuse us. We were waylaid by bandits on the way home. On the way
"Bandits."
back.
Yeah, and our little friend over there, and he points at the barn, had a little accident trying to run away.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it could also be his leg.
Is he dead
we're just
or
gonna
alive?
No, he's alive.
He's very much alive.
You see that Aliana puts her hands behind her. As it's one of her hands is still has that sort of like a slight glow. It looks like she's hiding it from Alessia.
Okay.
And Alessia says, "All right, that's good." She looks down at you, and Alessia says,
They have been knighted, and they have become my little knights. They are the knights of... I still need to make up a good name, because ladies like to have good names for their knight. I'm not sure yet, but I will tell you all about them. It was amazing. They fought trolls, moss trolls, Auntie. They actually defeated them, and I had cookies, and they were amazing.
and she starts just ranting as Lady Grey sort of smiles at her, and she says, okay, and she sort of pats her on the head, and she snaps for Jeeves, and she says, please take care of her, make sure she gets a bath, that she's properly taken care of, make sure that she has nothing on her.
By the way,
and
the Warcop would have actually prestidigitation to her so that she was at least presentable on the way there. And not dirtied up as hell.
Yeah. She will send her to the physician, however, because she just wants to know, like, if she's healthy, if she's okay, if she's been poisoned, especially concerning her disease. Then she looks at Sir Oswald, she looks at my friend, she says, well, this is more than I'd ever expected. To be honest, I thought he was dead.
So Oswald? No, this fellow was quite eager to leave. According to the young lad, and he'll point over to the sailor lad.
She nods. Of course you would, Sir Oswald. Of course you would. You miss your little miss, don't you? And she pets the dog, and she says to you, I see that I've made the right choice in putting my trust in you. She looks around at the guards and she says, let's hurry inside. And she looks at Jaira and she says, make sure that one doesn't die. I don't want to be disturbed. Stay for Aliana. As soon as she is given the okay, I want you to bring her to me. I want her side of the story as well. And you see that Jaira, with her forearms, she sort of performs some kind of magic, and she takes the bard, who's still passed out, and sort of tosses him over her shoulder, and she starts sort of stomping off. She's kind of heavy, to a different direction, as Lady Grey sort of like does a little head bow and sort of gestures with her hand. Please follow me.
Oh my god, I just lost my sock.
I mean, that is a tragedy. You'll be able to get that back.
In his mind, it's like, oh dear, now I have a mid pairs.
Don't you hate that? So she leads you guys through the large foyer, and she takes you again once again to the that room that you've been before, with the large hearth and all like these trophies and stuff. And once again, she invites you to sit down. She pours the tea herself. You see again, she like takes like these little lids of these jars, and she takes like powders, and she sort of like puts them in the tea, and then offers you guys the tea. Anyone who drinks it
will sit and drink.
Yes. Anyone who drinks it will heal all their wounds, and your exhaustion just drains out of you. She sits down in this large chair next to the hearth, and she crosses her legs as she takes her own cup and saucer, and she looks at you and she says, I am very curious as to what you found when you got to the ruins. If you would indulge me and tell me in great detail what you found.
Based on what little Allie told us beforehand,
Mm-hmm.
can I roll insight to see if it would be okay to drop all pretenses at this point?
Roll me an insight.
Okay, thank you.
Rolled with advantage because Aliana basically told you a lot about. Okay, with a 19, you know that for some reason Lady Grey doesn't care, but she will deny it. And it seems that she is the only one to know. Jaira might know, maybe, whoever she shares it with, but it seems like everyone else regards you as you are, and she seems to keep up that pretense to, as Aliana said, have some kind of deniability.
Choosing not to mince words, he'll take out Rothfrey's journal and provide it to her.
She leans forward and takes it from you, and she says, well, you guys are becoming more and more impressive. As she sort of goes through it, and you see her eyes move extremely quickly, as you see someone read, but it's almost unnatural how fast her eyes move over these pages. And in just a few seconds, she sort of flips every page until she gets to the end. Ramblings mostly, but definitely.
And there was one other thing that will be of interest to you, considering he seems to have aligned himself with what I surmise to be the Raven Queen. An old hag with a carved-in chest who controls ravens at will.
Well,
blackened eyes, tall, slender figure.
I think I heard the name Maiden being dropped.
The Maiden. The Maiden, of course.
She leans back, sort of puts her hand on her chin and sort of taps her lips. I haven't heard of it.
Whatever it
I know
is.
it mustn't be the Raven Queen. She likes to present herself as the most beautiful creature.
Well, what we saw
Definitely.
was not that spectrum.
What nonsense has he gotten himself into?
He made dealings with a witch.
It was quite remote, and it was some underground secret passage that we found, because my scouting abilities are impeccable.
I see, of course they are.
He did have some units down there, some like Jaira.
Really?
And Jeeves. Though, if I had to put them on a scale of comparison, perhaps a little more advanced than the two that you have given.
I
Yeah, I've
see.
got this, and he drags 2 large sacks and presents the automaton head and shattered core.
As you take out this heavy bag and he starts dragging it over her hard wooden floor, for a second you see her go but then you open the sack and you sort of bring forth the head, and she's like, my, and she sort of kneels down, very something she probably wouldn't just do, and she looks at it. May I? As she sort of gestures to grab the hat.
Yes, of course.
And she grabs it and she says, "Huh, that is some interesting stuff." And you see she inspects it kind of deftly. She looks inside. She like turns some of the wheels inside, and she kind of removes. You hear she does something inside. You hear her feel around, and something clicks, and she pulls out sort of like sort of a large mechanism out of the head, and she looks inside. As I thought. This might be more dire than I thought. She puts the mechanism back and she says, "I am willing to buy this from you for research. I'll give you 10 platinum for it."
10 platinum.
You take it.
You can have it back later. I just want to borrow it to research it.
How about we make it 10 platinum and
Getting greedy again.
She looks at you amused. Yes.
and I get to witness what your findings are.
Sorry?
Not witness. What's the word? I get.
The report or the results?
Yeah, share what she finds. Basically, share her findings.
Fine. I'll tell you some of my findings. I borrowed a hat. You'll get it back later. It's a deal. And she looks back, and whenever she snaps her fingers, Jeeves seem to be coming out. Roll me a perception, all of you.
Jesus.
Vince, you're very busy thinking, I made a really good deal. Gavolkov, you are focused on how delicious this tea is. I'm blanking. Kleng.
Kling is oblivious as always here, but we'll go ahead and roll that perception anyhow.
See,
11.
there's some magic going on in this place. Whenever we try to look around, it's always under 10.
I know. Clegg, as you look at Jeeves, you see that this is Jeeves, but also a little bit not Jeeves. It's like he's wearing different colors, maybe different clothes, and you surmise that.
That's a different Jeeves unit.
Oh yes, very perceptive of you.
I was unaware that you had more than one.
Well, this is a large place, and I need a lot of help constantly.
True, though a servant like that, you would have no trouble whatsoever getting anything done. But to have more than one, what couldn't you do?
Oh, precisely. I mean, I've worked hard for it.
I guess find the little lady, because she had to ask us.
She smiles.
I'm gonna smack him in the back of the head. Regally, I will slack him in the back of the head.
Backhand.
With the glove.
She smiles and she says, well,
Yes, with the glove.
you have all done me a great service. And at this point, little Aliana comes from the back door, not the door you entered, but the door in the back. And she sort of skips into the room. She has a very nice dress. You see, she put a little tiara in her hair. And she skips through the room, and she makes like a little courtesy to all of you, and she says,
Have they told you everything? How brave they were, how they fought bandits and moss trolls, and some other things
Crystal
about
spiders.
them. Yeah.
We shall have to regale her of those parts here. We were just catching her up as to what your captors were doing when we came across them.
Oh, I see. Well, the bard was just the one who got paid, and he let Isabella die. He shoved her into the wolves for a distraction, and then he grabbed me, and I tried to scream for her, but he just took me on the horse, and it's my fault Isabella's dead.
You are young. You are not at fault.
And
for
you weren't
his transgressions.
you weren't the one that pushed her either.
Ever the pragmatist.
I wished I'd noticed how strange she was behaving, and maybe I could have told someone.
No, child, that is not your fault. But I know that the burden is on you, and so I'm going to make it right for you. We've retrieved Isabella, and I'll make sure that she has the most beautiful burial. And we'll find you a new one, a new maid, that you'll love just as much. And she sort of sadly nods as she takes place on one of the chairs close to you guys. And she says,
Well, Auntie, since they've protected me so well, I would like to also give them a reward.
And she looks at Aliana and she says, very well, we will discuss it. I have to ask you, Aliana, what did your father tell you? And she looks down and she looks at everyone and she says, well, I know that he wanted to take over Clear Lake. And there was a weird lady, a dark lady in the mirror that he would talk to. And she would whisper to him and tell him things, but it was in a language I didn't understand. And once I saw a man as well, but he didn't come by that much. He smelled strange, like when we worked down in the workshop. And, well, I don't know very much else. Oh, yeah. He was looking for shrines. I know that. And she sort of sinks back in the chair and drinks her tea. And you see Lady Grey who moves her eyes over to you all and she says, well, I see. He's gotten himself in a lot of trouble. And she hands the notebook to Jeeves and she says, please bring it to the code breaker. And Jeeves nods as he leaves with the notebook. Yeah?
I've also got some information from Sir Oswald.
You do?
This tinkerer lady. Yeah, there was a tinkerer lady that visited him now and then.
I think it was a lady, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The tinkerer.
That would have been mentioned in the note. That would have been mentioned in the notebook as well, so
Yeah.
it's corroborated.
Exactly. And she says, indeed. I would like to warn you guys, the tinkerer is a very dangerous person and has a lot of influence and has managed to do so without technically breaking any laws so far. But if you managed to kill Rodfrey and she was in cahoots with him, you might become a target.
Speaking of Rodfrey and his death, he might not truly be dead. He was dragged in by the maiden into her mirror before we could get the chance to finish him off. Though she seemed quite displeased and ready to gut him herself. But
I think the ravens that she sent to him were literally eating him alive. I don't know.
doesn't mean she can't change him into something evil.
That's gross.
That is very morbid. So Gav.
But that
Not
is a
unheard
reality.
of. I have a lot to think about, but
If it might be of any help, he pulls out the shard of the mirror from his pocket. I did grab this. It's a shard from the mirror she used. might hold clues.
She walks over to a bookcase on the side and she opens this box and she takes out sort of a glove and she walks up to you and opens her hand for you to drop it in there.
He does.
She looks it over and she says, once again, I'll give you 10 platinum pieces for research.
He just raises his hand. No need.
Gracious of you. And she, walks to another bookcase, opens another box, and carefully drops it in there. She takes off the glove and puts it back, and she says, now, I wouldn't want to bore all of you, and I'm sure that Aliana is, very well needs her rest. I have two requests. The first being, if anyone is still in possession of whatever enchanted Isabella, I would like to have it.
Well, I believe
That would be me.
Didn't we hand it to her though? Because we gave her the jar.
Just to show it. Yeah, just to show it.
I will take the jar out of my pack and hand it forward.
Mm-hmm. And she says, once again, I'll pay you 10 platinum pieces, but someone has to be brought to justice. As she takes the jar from you. Of course, afterwards, it is of no use anymore, and, after her soul is freed, you can have this back. And she snaps her fingers, and once again, out of the back door, Jeeves comes out, and he. This one looks different once more. You see that they sort of different shades of clothing. This one seems to have a green, very fancy looking suit. As he bends forward and he hands you this kidskin, really fancy pouch. And he puts it on the table next to you, that will contain the 10 platinum pieces. As she hands him the jar, which he walks away with, she says, now, it is time for your rewards, I believe, that you so well deserved. And she claps her hands together, and yet another Jeeves comes out, and he is carrying a large sort of plate, like a silver plate, that has all kinds of things on it. And he sort of puts it down on the side table, and there is a little very fancy wood carved box that he opens, and it's filled with platinum pieces. And she says, of course, this is not all. I will give all of you a 10% discount for any purchases made in Clear Lake's Terrace tier, which is basically the shopping tier in Clear Lake. So every shop that you buy anything from in Clear Lake will give you a 10% discount. And she then walks over to the plate, and there are several scrolls on there. And she takes the first one, like a scroll case, and she puts it in front of you, and she opens it. And she unrolls the scroll, and she says, this is a right to call. The right to call in the Eastern Glades means that you will always receive a call for services, basically quests, before any other adventurers receive a call, or before it becomes public. You will have first choosings. And she hands the scroll to whoever will take it from her.
I will take it from her and present it to Gav.
Gav will tuck it in one of his pockets. Mighty kind.
It has a very fancy sort of certificate that has Lady Grey's stamp and wax seal on it, and her signing on it. And it reads kind of like a contract, in where it shows that you have the right to call. And as long as you have that on you, it seems to brim with some kind of faint magic. And whenever you have that scroll on you, whenever there are quests in the Eastern Glades, you will have the first right to get them. Then she takes another scroll and she says, "Now, Clang, you did introduce yourself, right?"
I did believe that. I did introduce myself as Clang of the Toadstools.
Yes, indeed. She says, "Now, this might be a bit presumptuous of me, but you did seem like the type, the kind of strong soldier warrior type, at least in my mind." And she gives you a scroll, another very fancy looking scroll with sort of like gilded edges. And she says, "This is a letter of recommendation from me personally for the Elite Guild. It is a request for an interview with Captain Wolfric himself. He is a loyalist to House Grey, and, well, he'll be much more likely to receive you."
I see. This is good information. Thank you. I graciously accept. He'll take the he'll take the scroll.
And she hands it to you, and she says, "Second." And she takes another one of these scrolls, also very similar to Klang's, very fancy. And she says, "This is an introduction to, well, a very honored friend of mine. He has served our house for 3 generations. He's a very old wizard, and he is a skilled spellcrafter who lives in the Candle Keep. This is an introductory letter for him." And she hands it to you. As you seem so very interested in knowledge and, well, obviously, spells.
This is very much appreciated. I'll make sure there is no disappointing news from this.
Of course. On top of that, I will grant you your wish for having access to my personal library. Of course, under the watchful eye of Jeeves.
Of course.
She nods. She looks at Pins. There's no more scrolls though, Pins. And she sort of like walks closer to you, puts her hand on, like in front of each other, inside each other. And she says, "To you, I would like to extend an invitation. There is a special hunter's lodge, and I would like to introduce you to my top hunter, Nermis Kaltorin. He is a high-ranking member of the Hunters, and it might be good for you. He sometimes takes in pupils, if he likes you, but I must warn you, he is fickle. His pride sometimes gets in the way of his judgment. Try to behave, and he might take you in."
Well, I'm always at my best behavior.
"Well, let's not kid ourselves." And she smiles at you.
He just gives a ignorant grin back.
She winks at you and she says, "Now, if Naramis does decide to take you in, I will give you the key to the Hunter's Lodge, meaning that you will have full access to it, and you will be able to always make your way there and make use of its sleeping quarters. That is my extension to you."
That is very generous and gracious. Is the word right, Gov? Gracious.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes, that's the one.
All right.
That.
And she,
Thank you.
He stands on his chair and does a little bow.
She smiles at you. At that little Aliana, she gets up off the chair and she says, "But Auntie, I also wanted to gift him a reward." And
This
she's
is also
like,
true.
come here then, child. And she bends over as Aliana is whispering something in her mind. Well, now that's a whole lot, Aliana. Are you certain? And she is like,
They did save my life, and the doctor said nothing was wrong with me, and
well, I can't say no to you, can I? Fine, present them with your gift. And Aliana happily stands in front of you and she'll say,
for each of you, 2 lessons in advanced weaponry will be paid. Each of you will be able to choose a weapons master to train with for well, until you've got it.
So these lessons, you need 3 lessons to become proficient. Each lesson takes a day, and each lesson costs 300 platinum pieces per person. So she will pay 600 platinum pieces for each of you, for you guys to choose an advanced weapon to train in. You will have to spend 2 days in Clear Lake to get your 2 lessons. But that will be paid for you as well, on top of all the other things. The box of platinum pieces are 210 platinum pieces that you guys will also receive. Lady Grey looks at Aliana, she hugs her and she says, well, child, off to bed with you now. I'll come later and read you a story. And she does another courtesy to everyone and she leaves the room. And Lady Grey looks at you and she says, well,
Good night, little lady.
Good night.
Since you all have been so successful and are so extremely good at what you're doing, well, you might have noticed that Ariana is a little sick. Now, Flynn, although busy, some strange event of accidents have been happening around the household, and he's been very busy with treating patients.
Oh yeah, he
now,
does that.
this is not what I want him to have for. He's very gifted, and he's given me some very important information to help with Aliana's illness. But since he's so busy, I would love for you all, whenever you find the time, to help him out so he can focus on his research, because I don't know what is going on, but he's been so busy, he can hardly help me out.
Oh, of course.
We'll see what we can do. I was hoping, speaking of helping each other out, that I could ask a question that might very well help me out a lot. I was hoping you would know a person or individual by the name of Merkel.
You see her think for a while.
Seems he might.
I
I see. Very well.
But I will go to my register of associates and I'll see if I can find something for you.
Appreciated.
Is there anything else?
I do not believe so, and I believe we've taken enough of your time for the day. It is appreciated.
There was this little thing with the golden globe in the end. Was that taken care of?
I think I just froze here.
Oh.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's weird. Laud, you just kind of glitched out on me and I didn't hear it.
Hello?
He said,
Yeah.
I think there was the issue with the golden globe in the inn. Or was that taken care of?
The golden
So,
globe.
for the love of...
From
Yeah,
Lucky.
we need to go back to the inn.
yeah,
Oh,
in the
yeah.
travel globe.
Yeah. Yes. That's correct. One sec. And she walks over to her drawer and she, desk, pulls out the drawer and she takes like sort of a contract out and she says, if you would, when you make your way there, of course, I have your rooms prepared. If you could give this to the innkeeper for me, it is a sign of approval.
Oh,
I'd greatly appreciate it.
Of course.
Yep.
And I will accept it and give it
Yes.
to Pins. And give it to Pins.
Okay.
When we reach the innkeeper, you know what to do with this, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, eat it.
No.
I'm not
Well
that
then.
dumb, Clank.
If tomorrow, perhaps, you could give me an update on how things are going with Flynn, I would like to also give you your rest, as I'm sure you must be extremely exhausted.
Indeed, we are. And thank you again for giving us this opportunity.
Of course. And as you make your bows, Jeeves comes from the double doors as he escorts you back down the stairs to the foyer. And before you leave, he sort of like hands you sort of this little card almost. It's kind of like transparent and it has some glow and it has like the crest of House Grey on it as well. And he hands it to each one of you, and as you touch it, it disappears and there's like a slight glow on your hand. And he says, with this, every shopkeeper will make sure to give you the 10% discount.
Thank you. This is new magic to me.
Yeah, it's very useful. And he makes a bow, and again, the guards, they do that stomp with, they hit the butt of their spears on the floor as they shout a command, and the double doors open for you, and there's a carriage there waiting for you guys. If you would like to walk instead, that's fine too. Your pounds cats are there as well. As you can either take the carriage or your pounds cats back to basically the lower tier.
Yeah, we would need to return the pound cats anyhow.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Well, the
Yeah,
one.
one of them
but-
is rented.
Did she also accept the automaton core?
No, she seemed to ignore the core. It seemed that the head was her only interest.
Okay.
So what would you guys like to do? As you go down, I'll explain this. The upper tier basically is where the big manor is. As you go, like sort of like a really slow slope, you come to a second tier that seems to have very large houses and villas, which is obviously sort of the aristocrats tier. You one tier lower, there is a tier that has all kinds of very fancy looking shops and kind of like a market, and it's kind of bustling right now.
Is there
yeah.
anybody with us, like a Jeeves or anything like that?
No. They, if you took the carriage driver is there. If you took the pounds cats, then you just by yourself.
What did we take, guys? The carrot or the pounce cats?
We
That's
took
up
the
to you.
cat.
Pins would have suggested the cats.
Okay.
He prefers riding.
In that case, before we headed off, you would ask Jeeves, what shops are there in this city?
Good question. Let me grab it because I do have it all. So if you guys start thinking about what you want to do, I'm quickly gonna look it up.
Hey, Kev, didn't you need to leave your mirror here in this keep or something? Or was it just in town?
That would be me.
Yes.
And
but-
yes, but we haven't exactly had an opportunity, and magic does not
Exactly.
work there. We would need
Alright,
to get more
well-
on an update.
Does it have to be inside there then?
I look at them. I try to take out the mirror, before we leave the grounds here, and see if it's actually pulling towards inside the manor.
It is definitely pulling towards the manor.
It must be in there, but unfortunately,
Alright.
we are unable to do that this time.
Well, she's asking for an update tomorrow about Finn, so... I mean, maybe you could just say if you could use the loo or something, you know?
Yes, you could.
Maybe I suggest we let Pins handle this. He would be the most capable at making his way throughout without being seen.
He'll take the mirror that's being pulled into the manor and discreetly hand it over to Pins. You do you.
And I will spend today hopefully researching something that might help you with such a task.
Okay, so that is Morgana's hand mirror is one less. But we had 3 in total, didn't we, originally?
Yeah, so the hand mirror is just yours. Then one mirror left, you still have the wooden mirror. So the wooden mirror is the one that pulls. That's the one you give to Pins.
Okay, I give that one to him.
Does all magic seem to be suppressed?
In a sense, as you didn't feel the pulling of the mirror while you were inside of the but not every magic is suppressed, because you obviously saw that Jaira was using magic and Alessia from time to time. So there seems to be some types of magic that may be suppressed.
Or specific individuals may be exempt from it.
That's also a good conclusion you may draw.
Well, that was above game. In game, Kling doesn't have a fucking clue.
So to get to your question, as you ask Jeeves, what is there? Jeeves will say, well, there's always Finnerly's various fashions for upper-class ladies and gentle sirs, as he quickly looks over you guys' garments, and he says, he is the most famous tailor in all east of Aetheris. There's a perfumery, but they're just starting up. There's enchanting enchantments. They're starting up as well. I think at the moment they just have some potions and some magic items. There's always the carpenter, a blacksmith, a baker, a butcher, several restaurants, fishmongers, farmer's market, all kinds of things. So...
Okay.
Is he a baker, huh?
Oh, yes.
I need to get the shade lights in the button for Rose, eh? Do you think they sell them over there?
Cinnabuns? Well, of course.
You may also be able to share the recipe if you have it.
I think only Luffy makes those.
This is true.
I think that's
maybe.
why that
There's just
sphere is so
there's
vital.
2 days left for
Well,
Rose's contract, so either we have to see Luffy very fast, or maybe
we
can drop
have
by the bank and see what they have.
we have that sphere contract. I'm sure we can speak to Luffy and can send something.
Of course. So, we simply go.
He's gonna turn
Right.
to Jeeves.
Let's
Thank you,
spend
Jeeves.
ourselves a day at the shopping. Thank you, Jeeves.
Bye, Jeeves!
Of course. Goodbye, sirs. As he turns around and the guards again, do that pummel thing, and then they close the doors. And you guys make your way downwards. Would you guys like to turn in one of the Poundscats first, or do you like to go to some of the other tiers first?
That's a good question.
No, just keep riding it. It's alright.
Yeah, you can keep riding it. So you make your way down to the crown tier, which is basically the aristocrats district. And as you leave that tier, the gates close behind you. As you make your way down to the terrace tier, where all these shops are, there are many shops. There is a large sort of central point. It has sort of like a large stone clock tower in the middle. There are, like he said, there is a bakery that has like little stools and things outside. It smells delicious. There is a restaurant over there, and also the marketplace is there. So there is a butcher, there's a fishmonger, there, like you said, there's a farmer's market, flower stalls. There's basically all the things that fancy sirs and ladies want to have. You do also indeed find fabulous fashions for upper class ladies and gentlesirs, which you recognize that name as being the same name that was inside the wig that you tried to hide under your large hat.
Gotcha.
Volkov.
Okay.
Where are we headed first?
Gav, I believe that's it. I honestly do not know.
Well,
I've been thinking about what I'd like, and I cannot think of a single thing at this point in time.
Guess I have 3 places
Alright,
I
no,
want to
need
go.
some flowers. Be right back.
There's a farmer's market.
Yeah. So you see some large stalls. A lady, very fancy dress, and she has all kinds of exotic flowers stored out in these silver buckets. And she says,
Oh, hello, good sir. Can I help you with something?
Probably. Hey, Rose, which one do you like most?
you see that Rose is just at this point drooling. There's a section of roses where Rose gravitates to, and there are all kinds of different roses there. You see some are in sort of like wooden, almost half barrels, basically meant to buy and plant in your garden. And there are also just the loose roses, but she seems very much intrigued with those.
Well, I have 4 roses, but I think it's been 3 days since I picked those.
Yeah, these are a bit basically dried out, and most of the flower petals have fallen off.
Yeah, especially since she keeps sniffing them.
Vigorously.
So I'll go find the ones that she sniffs the most.
Okay.
I'll ask how much it costs for a couple of them.
There are some kind of really large-headed, pinkish kind of roses that don't look like the average roses that you know. They are actually big enough that she can sort of almost bury her face in it. She likes those. They are there in white and pink and peachy colors. And the lady says,
Oh my, he loves those.
Excuse me, Rose is a she.
Oh,
I think-
pardon me, I'm sorry. She. Is that what you would like?
How much are these?
Just a silver piece. They'll stay good for 2 weeks. Or, if you like to buy 2 silver pieces, I can give you a enchanted water with it, and it will stay good for probably a month or so.
That's amazing.
Would you like it wrapped, or
yes.
would you like it
He
in a
grab-
vase?
Wrapped, please.
All right.
He goes into
Which one
his
would you
pouch.
like?
The ones that Rose likes the most, so you can pick.
okay. So she takes this sort of like, this, like I said, this large-headed flower that is mostly white, but just the edges of the petals are starting to become this pinkish color. And she takes it out, and has quite a long stem as well. As she sort of takes this cloth as she pours really carefully some kind of water over it. And you recognize this a little bit. It has that same sort of glow that you guys got from that well. And so she rolls the rose in there, and then she sort of goes over it with her hand, and the outside of the cloth becomes dry. And she hands you the rose, and I guess you hand her the 2 silver pieces.
He hands you 2 copper pieces.
Oh, I'm sorry, little sir, but it will be 2 silver pieces.
Right. Honest mistake.
It's okay, sailor boy.
And she takes the silver pieces from you. She sort of pats you on the head.
And she says, here you go. I hope your little friend will enjoy it.
I hope so too.
He just lets Rose hold it.
Yeah, Rose basically takes it in her mouth sideways.
I'm counting down the days before people start patting him and he starts shooting them.
He would if it wasn't for you guys telling him not to. It's not socially acceptable to shoot people in the face.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to
in some communities it is.
I mean,
but
maybe.
yeah, so you move with Rose, making little like twirls and circles as she happily has this rose in her mouth. What would you guys like to do, Clang and Kvoga?
Well, I had mishap with my sword that now looks like it's bent at a slight angle. So, I'm
That is true.
Well, it's still effective, but just not as effective. So he's gonna go ahead and see about going sword shopping.
All right. There is a blacksmith where you can go. It looks very fancy. This is like this nice carved wooden front with large sort of like stained glass windows. You go inside, and the light sort of creates prismatic, patterns on the floors. As you go, these really nice patterned stone tiles. All the walls are lined with these wooden sort of weapon racks. And you see, like, as you enter the store, there's like kind of basic weapons in the start, and they start becoming more elaborate and fancy as you head further into the shop. There's a very large counter where you see 2 men working behind the counter, and you can hear the clinging of people working, but it must be somewhere down in the basement, as the workshop seems to not be in the same floor. And so you make your way there, and you see that there is like some steps that go behind the counter, and it's on a sort of like a podium, and you see that the man behind the counter is a dwarf, and so you can assume that because he's very short.
Oh, thank God! I don't have to actually look up to look at this person. Well, not
so
that
he's
far,
basically
not that far up, at least.
they're on a platform, and he looks down at you and says, "All right, what can I do you for?" I'm sorry, I'm real bad at dwarf, guys.
No, that's actually pretty good.
It's not as bad as mine, don't worry.
Are you doing all right there, Lassie?
Don't make me feel bad. But he says, you see that this is a very large dwarf, and he has a very fancy curly brown beard. His arms look like barrels, and he has a very nice just a smiling face. He seems like a very friendly guy.
I'll take my sword in scabbard and kind of point at the fact that the scabbard looks like it's starting to bend to one side, and like, well, I had a small mishap with my blade, unfortunately, and I need to have
either repaired, if at all possible, or perhaps replaced.
Well, a little mishap, I see. Well, I think it's gonna cost you as much repairing it as just buying you a whole new one.
Ah, then I came to the right place. Just looks around.
You have indeed. And you're lucky too. Our enchanter is in-house.
An enchanter, you say?
Oh yes,
Why?
expensive of course, but no one comes to Clear Lake without coin, am I right?
Looks up and to the left, thinking about all the coin that he has, right? And then just nods. Of course, my good man.
All right.
So, I'm in the market for, well, as you can see, while this might not be the finest of craftsmanship as far as longswords go, I would like to get this or something a little bit better.
All right, well, not to be rude, but I am a dwarf after all. I don't care all too much, as long as my clients don't. Of course, all the basic stuff's in the start of the shop. We have some more fancy shop stuff over here, but if you're looking for some real good stuff, well... And he sort of like turns around, and there's like sort of like this bookcase, and he sort of clicks somewhere and then opens, and the whole back sort of slides open, and there is a large wall behind it, and you see very beautiful craftsmanship, weapons, just with precious gems in the hills and all kinds of stuff, and some of that is just for show. You can see like, oh, that's just, so it's fancy, but you also see weapons that have a sort of like an unnatural sheen over them, and you can assume that these weapons have some special properties.
Oh my. Now that...
He says, nah, don't know what kind of man you are, but personally, I like these kind of. And he takes like this really big sort of blunt weapon and says, This is enchanted with a brutal property. It means that it hits harder than any other weapon. Basically, when you hit with a critical hit, you add an additional weapon damage die to the damage dealt.
Oh, that would be really awesome if I was not a defensive fighter.
He says, oh, defensive. Defensive got something for that as well. And he like puts like really carefully like puts the thing back on the wall, and he takes this large sort of javelin, and he says, nah, this is we call it a guard weapon. And he shows it to you, puts it down. It's beautiful. It's like and he says, and of course we're in Clear Lake, so and you see that the whole weapon is sort of silvered. He says, nah, that's some craftsmanship. Not every blacksmith can do that, unless you want your weapon to break after like 3 hits or so. And basically, this is a weapon that it has reach, and while you wield it, and a hostile creature moves within your reach, and you haven't moved, you can use a reaction to make a weapon attack.
Ooh. And
and its speed becomes 0 until the end of its turn.
Ooh. Now that is indeed a fine weapon. Although I am a little curious, out of these fancy weapons that you have, would there be any that would be comparable to my old longsword?
Course. And he turns around, and he says, let me see.
He's gonna fleece me for all I'm worth, isn't he?
He moves his hands over the wall, and he says, nah, this. And he takes off this sword in a sheath that has a slight curve to it, and he very carefully puts it down. And he sort of like pushes the guard, and he carefully takes the sheet off. It makes no sound. He says, this is from me. Comes all the way from a sphere. Took me a long time to get my hands on it and to silver it. And this is a katana, he says. Now this has the swift property. It means that basically he explains to you like how it's a fast weapon, but what it basically does is when you miss with an attack, you immediately make another attack on the same creature.
I've been missing a lot lately.
So these are advanced melee weapons when they have properties like these, but you can definitely train, and you could try and see if Lady Grey can, help you guys with maybe your last piece of training. You only would have to spend 3 days in Clear Lake to be able to use this weapon. He says, I also have without properties, but, these are the masterpieces after all.
How much for this masterful sword?
This one will cost you 500 gold pieces.
Sold.
Yes. He says, let me explain. I'm proud of my work. It's, except for the swift property, of course I have silvered it. You have a guarantee. If it breaks within a year, you can come back. And, as long as you've not done funny business with it, I will repair it for you for free. That is how much I trust my own work.
Then I shall accept.
He says, okay. And you see, like, this katana has a fully black hilt and a black sort of a cloth that is like woven around it, and it has a silver guard that has lilies curving around the hilt. You see that the blade is black. It's like a black steel that has been silvered, and the further it goes to the tip of the blade, the more intense the silver is. So it goes from kind of like a matted black slowly into a gray and a silver until it's like just this polished like a mirror blade in the end. And you see that at the start of the hilt, the same sort of lilies are engraved into the blade, and they have like a soft sort of, every now and then when the light hits it, has like a little sheen that goes over it. And he says, 500 pieces, gold pieces, and it's yours.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's gonna hand over.
Okay,
500 gold pieces, because this is a master's work. You don't insult a master.
Indeed. He takes the 500 gold pieces for you, and he says, as you hand you sort of, do you give it to him in a pouch?
This is in one of his pouches. Yes, he's gonna just take it.
Yes. Okay, so as you put the pouch on the counter, you see that a mark on the back of your hand starts glowing, and he says, I see you. Let me make sure you get your discount. You can calculate that yourself. You get a 10% discount for every purchase here. Thank you very much.
How much?
450.
450. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I gotta do more.
So, and he says, since you are, he kind of leans over the counter and he talks softer. He says, since you seem to be, on the good side of Lady Grey, would you maybe put in a good word for me if I do a good thing for you? Would that be a deal?
In all honesty, I'm surprised she hasn't come down here sooner with these masterful weapons here.
Well, Lady Grey is always looking for the newest, best thing around, and I have to say, there is a new fella, and he's asked to set shop up here, and personally, well, I would like my job, and I would like to share it, so I'll make you a deal. I will engrave an augment slot in this sword of yours. And if you... there is a shipment that I'm expecting. Very special shards of augment that my enchanter needs to enchant. But it hasn't arrived yet. If you could check it out one of these days when you have time, I would greatly appreciate it. And I'll give you an augment for free. If you also put in a good word for me and how good my work is, to Lady Grey.
Let us drink on that then. He will take his flask out, pop the cork, and this is the good stuff.
Oh,
And offer
I
it.
like a man who drinks. And yes, he just puts one hand under the counter and this big
Leading hand, I'm imagining.
Yeah, exactly. And this big tankard comes out and he says, "My man." And you guys clink on this. And he says, "Oh, where'd you get this? This is some good dwarven stuff."
We've got this on a mission from Lady Grey, and it appeared that the vandals that had vexed her so had quite a bit of this lying around. So I procured as much as I could.
Oh, that's smart of you. This is definitely dwarven making. Ha! Well, if you get your hands on that, I'll easily pay you about 300 gold pieces for a keg.
Well, if I could ever stand to lift it, my kind aren't exactly known for super strength.
He smiles at you. He laughs at you.
Knowing full well he probably just looks like a dingy little hat. But he will go ahead and just simply say, if I come across any more of it, I shall endeavor to send it your way.
And I won't lie to you. I mean, this is worth 300 pieces for probably a bottle. So, don't let anyone else fool you. I'll give you that one for free.
It's all right. As far as I'm concerned, agreements should always be drunk. Well,
Fantastic.
drunk on.
Then, one more question as he sort of gulps this backwards and he's like, "Oh, that's good." He says, "Would you like me to inscribe this with a augment slot right now, or would you like to come back for that later?"
He will push the blade back into the scabbard and gently push it back towards him. If you could engrave it, it would be my pleasure to wield it here and to be trained with this by Lady Grey's instructors.
Very well. I'll make sure I do. And he sort of puts his fingers together in a circle. I'll make sure this looks fantastic. And he really carefully takes the blade and he sort of whistles. And this really young dwarven girl comes around the corner. "Yes?" And he says, "This is for a very special client. This one is, I'm gonna do this one personally myself. Please bring it to my workspace." "Of course, yes, father." And she really carefully takes the katana from him and disappears back around the corner. He
I
says,
swear, if I hear crashing, I'm gonna laugh.
"You don't." She's surprisingly light-footed, actually.
Wonderful.
And so she makes her way down, and he says, "Well then, friend, anything else I can do you for?"
That spear you had here, I'm looking... as much of my party are very versatile, I do look to add to my own arsenal. The spear you showed me beforehand.
Mhm.
How much is that?
To be another 500 gold pieces, sir.
Oof.
Well worth it.
How much is a platinum worth in gold value?
10.
Okay. I'm doing math. Why am I doing math?
So for you, it will be another 450. So that would come to 900 in total with the katana.
Okay, I'm trying to do the conversion of
Yeah, just add a 0 to your platinum. That's basically how much gold you have.
Okay. Then I will take out. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give him 45 platinum pieces in a separate pouch. And that will leave me with 20. Lovely. Okay. But I will give that to him.
Okay, and remember, Lady Grey also gave you guys 210 platinum pieces. So divide it over.
We're gonna have to divide that up. Divide that up.
That's 70 each. I mean, it's 210 divided by 3.
I did that on purpose.
Dude, don't do this to me.
So, you would have another 70 platinum pieces, and he will say like, okay, well let me get it proper for you. And he says, he looks you over and he says, you know, Arsenal, you say. I had a friend went into one of these living tombs once. Got this really nifty kind of thing from there. You know, helped him with carrying all his weapons. I shall ask for you where he got it. And he takes his claymore and he sort of wraps like this special cloth around the hilt. In a really, like, ending in a really sort of special knot that he makes. And he says, here, you'll never lose your grip now, even if you stop bleeding. And he hands the claymore, the pole arm, sorry.
Yeah.
Back at you.
And
so this is a pole arm.
Okay, pole arm.
It does 1d12 piercing. And you can, so this is an advanced silvered pole arm.
Okay, give me a second here. Advanced silvered pole arm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It does 1d12 piercing damage.
Hang on. Okay, 1d12 you said?
Yes, and it has the guard, heavy, reach, and two-handed properties. So I'll paste that in for you if you want.
Please do, because that's a lot for me to try and type down in what little time we have here. There we go. Oh boy, 1d12. I'll have to modify an existing weapon for that then.
Yes.
Pole arm is a very description of a spear.
It's basically, I'm also thinking like kind of like whatever is your fancy. So this is like a very this dwarf prides himself as much in how good his weapons are as how pretty his weapons are. So basically whatever you wish it to look like, he can make it so really nice silver like engraving and craftsmanship, and so that, you know, so basically what you choose it to be, that's what he sells you. So yeah.
Okay. see if I can find something like that here. Ooh. Yeah, that would actually probably fit it here. Heavy reach, two-handed, and guard.
Yeah, so the guard is basically as long as you haven't moved and an enemy moves into your space or into your reach, you get to use your reaction to attack them. And if you hit them, their speed becomes 0.
You know what? I think this polearm is definitely going to be a glaive.
All right, cool. So that is what you have. You have a glaive. You happily leave the store. He'll tell you that he tells you that it will take him about a day or so because he's gonna spend his entire day working on this augment slot, and you don't necessarily know what that is or what that means, but it's a very difficult task that only few people can perform, and that is what he is going to do for you. I don't know if Pins is already back, but Gavorkov, what would you like to do?
Okay. So Gavorkov would like to first head towards the carpenters.
Yes, you go, and as fancy as the blacksmith looks on the front, you can tell that these carpenters take pride in it. And once again, out of the
considering how fancy it looks, he's going to change his mind. Go to the outfitters first.
Okay. Yes. That is interesting. Let me quickly look it up as well. You make your way down, and it's like one of the most prominent shops. It is very beautiful. It has like gold leaf lettering on the front. Again, probably by the carpenters done. Beautiful roses carved into the outside. Once again, stained glass windows. And all this woodwork comes out of these white cut stones.
He'll presto himself, clean himself up, all the blood, all the dirt, and just gunk that's on him. And he will make his way inside.
Okay. You open the door, and this little this really just subtle bell clings, and you make your way inside. You see like dark hard wooden floors with very thick deep purple carpets, and you see beautiful mannequins dressed in most fancy of silks and fabrics, beautifully cut pieces. As you make your way down, you see sort of these chaise lounges where probably, wealthy ladies and gentlemen sit. You see these little podiums with like mirrors curved around them. And you make your way to the back where there...
He does have his snow cape going.
His what?
His minor illusion to make it look like he's got a cape of ever-flowing snow.
Oh, his snow cape. Yes. You come to the counter, also very beautifully carved, with all these roses sort of like making their way up to the counter. And there's all these kind of strange runes also carved in them, celestial maps. And you make your way to the counter, and this man comes from a door on the back behind the counter, this is the man you see. He's a very tall, slender looking elf with these goldish blonde hair. He's very kind of dark eyes, these piercing blue, almost like little flames in his eyes. He looks like a very grumpy looking man, someone who knows the status he has and enjoys it too. He comes out, and he has an annoyed look on his face as he looks down at you, and he says, "Yes, how can I help you?"
Afternoon,
and his
my
nose
good
wrinkles
sir.
a little. afternoon.
I'm sure you can see the state in which my current apparel is. I'd like to purchase something more appropriate for my standing.
Well,
As a knight of
not
the
to be
Greys,
rude.
I cannot be walking around this.
Knight of the Greys. Well, I would like to see some approval of Lady Grey herself. I only offer my services to those under her blessing.
He will show him the 10% discount.
Oh my good sir, that's not quite the same.
And let's see, because she gave us various different contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of the two that he has in his pocket would apply best? Because he has one for the wizard, right?
Yeah, that is just an introductory letter.
Mm-hmm. He has.
So, but he says, okay, it's not quite the same, but fine. Obviously, she has extended her blessing to you. Can't deny that. Would be bad business now, would it? He looks you over and he says, oh, what appalling complexion.
Yeah, I'm fine just as is. The clothing is what I want.
Are you sure? I have a friend that could help you with that. It looks... My God, have you been in the caves for a long time?
You don't even know the half of it. The dirty job, what I did.
Yeah, that indeed. And he takes a little step back from you. And he sort of like puts his hands next to his face and does a little clap. And these 3 little sort of pixies, almost like very small, slender women, they're about your size, come running into the room. And he says, please undress him and put him on the stage for measurements. As he looks you over, and he sort of guides you to this little round podium and instructs you to stand on it, as you face like these big mirrors. And these really sort of these women, they look kind of humanoid, but they've kind of like more very high cheekbones, kind of elongated, slim chins, and kind of long arms and legs. They help you undress mostly until you're in your undergarments. And he says, oh my, well, does that need to be on top? I recognize that. I have made that. Well, if she has granted you that, she must like you very much. As she looks at you, as he looks at your wig that you're carrying.
It's one of my most precious longings.
Well, it belongs to a set, you know. I happen to have one of the pieces you didn't quite like to design, but I suppose I could... And he puts his hand on his chest and he says, well, I could even make a creature like you look less hideous. Well, okay. He turns around and he says, fine, here we go. And he takes this measuring tape and he starts taking your measurements for your shoulders and like the length of your legs and your arms. And he says, what is it that you would like to have? I can, well, your wildest imaginations.
I'm sure he has seen various lords once as he's been throughout this city, going back and forth.
Oh yeah, that's just aristocrats here. So you've seen many of them.
What kind of clothing do the lords wear?
They wear very fancy, like particularly cut sort of jackets with under jackets under it, and like a high popped up collar with some kind of like usually a tie or a bow tie, you know, and these basically fitting pants that fit with it, a lot of gold thread and golden buttons.
And the men, the mercenaries, were they wearing just plain armor, or were they also looking like very
They were also
well
looking
dressed?
very fancy. They all look very well dressed. Not as much as the upper tier, like the aristocrats.
Did the
But
aristocrats,
they look very fancy.
compared to the mercenaries' clothes, look more imposing, or the mercenaries looked more imposing?
No, the aristocrats looked more imposing.
He's definitely going to go for something like that, but in dark colors.
Okay. Very good choice, sir. Now, green and the dark blues are all the rage right now, and he sort of like turns.
I'm not a sheep that follows the trends.
I see. Very good. It is so very boring. So, if I may give my honest opinion, and he sort of like snaps his fingers, and the podium you're on slowly starts turning due to a different wall, and he sort of like waves his hand, and this wall opens up, and there's like all these very expensive looking fabrics in rolls on the walls, and he says, I required this recently occurred. It's called the deepest black. And he sort of rolls it out, and it's almost like there's no shadow. Like where you look, it's almost just looks like a black hole. And he says, and there's of course this royal purple, which is also a very dark color. He just shows you all kinds of different shades, different kind of fabrics, mixes of fabrics with like different kind of thread, colored threads in it. So basically anything you choose, he probably can provide.
Okay. He's gonna go with the purple.
Purple, okay. It is a very deep purple, sort of edging towards the blue, and it's extremely dark. Like it's starting to get to that part where if you're not out in the sun, it will become hard to say whether you're wearing a black or blue.
Yeah, he's gonna definitely go for that, akin to his raven.
Yeah. Oh, if that's what you want. And he sort of like, again, sweeps his hand, and that wall that was behind there also slides away, and there's another row of fabrics behind that. And he says, I also have this. And he says, it's very expensive, though, I warn you. And he rolls out a piece of it, and it looks black, and then he sort of like a sheet when shaking out a sheet, sort of like does that. And as the light moves over it, you see that sort of that blue sheen that ravens have over their feathers move over the fabric.
Okay.
If you prefer.
That I do enjoy.
Very good choice. Like I said, pricey per inch.
What are we looking at the moment?
Seeing your size, wouldn't be too bad. Probably cost you around 700 gold pieces.
I see. Very well. Carry on.
All right. Of course, with that, I would include the design and the cut. And he takes the sheet and he says, this will be it. And he sort of like waves his hand, and the roll disappears. And he says, now, for your dress shirt, is there a particular color that you would like? I, of course, have the black silks. I also have this, and he rolls out another fabric that has, it's the color of the sheen of that black fabric. I can do you this, of course, or if you would like the true and tried white.
Which of those three would combine better with the jacket he's chosen? I'm thinking. I'm trying to imagine.
Because black can be very nice. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen black on black suits. They can look really good. Yeah.
I think he wants to be cool looking, so he's gonna go with black. That'll be the one I want.
Very edgy, sir. And he says, "Now, would you like to have a?" And he looks at you. He just takes sort of like this cloth, sort of like the size of a large napkin almost, and he sort of like dresses it, drapes it around your shoulder, and he makes it a like a special knot, and he poofs it up, and he says, "Now, would you prefer this?" And with one like elegant swipe, he takes it off and then puts like a ribbon around your neck, like creates a bow tie, something like this,
Is
perhaps.
he giving me a bow tie?
Yeah. So the first one was sort of like one of those sort of shawls, kind of I don't know what they're called. That often they pin like a fancy like pin in. The other one is a bow tie, and he's
Yeah, I was about
Yeah?
to say, kind of sounds like a. Damn it, I forgot what it was called now. Never mind, I'll come back to it later.
they're kind of like a tie, but they're like sort of like poofy and stuff.
Mhm.
And he says, "Oh, of course, as the archmages like it." And he like puts a collar on you, and then there's like these sort of strips that go from the front of your throat to the side, and they have these really fancy clasps. And he says, "These always leave room for special augment slots." And it's basically like you have a high popped up collar that has like these straps that go to the side. If you, they can be any kind of metal, if you will, and they have like these tiny slots in them that would fit either jewelry, really fancy cut gems, or for instance, augments.
He's definitely feeling that. Now, did you mean an ascot?
Let me see.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yes.
Yeah, no. He's definitely not going for that.
Yeah.
He's fancy, but
So
he
is
ain't
that-
no pansy.
So the clasps?
Yes. Those will do.
Very good choice. Now, I will say, people might mistake you for a rank you are not, but I suppose you will do just fine dealing with that. And so he
Did
takes
he
out
mean
this
as
really...
in royalty or nobility?
You
What
are
did he get us
not
in?
sure. Roll me an insight.
Okay. 8.
You're not quite sure. I mean, you can ask him about it. He takes out this leather bind and he opens it. And you see there's like empty paper in there, and he sits down in this really comfortable big leather chair in front of you while you're standing there. And he starts drawing up about 3 different kind of designs for suits for you. And he like shows you the result and lets you choose. And it's basically a process of elimination where he keeps drawing new things until you like it.
Well, they'll confuse me for someone I'm not, you say. Nothing wrong with getting used to being treated like nobility before I do become nobility.
Oh, my good sir, not nobility. It's the archmages and the powerful, the blood hunters that wear the collar like that.
I see. Does it come with any antagonistic behaviors from the populace, considering what they might think of me as?
Mostly just fear.
Fear will do quite nicely.
I couldn't agree more. Now, sir, is this all? As you sort of like choose your end result, and I'll leave it up to you what you would like your outfit to look like. I will say, like, it is kind of like in the style of I'll send you an example.
Okay.
But it is a very nice fancy cut. It's a very firm fabric. And he says to you, "Would you like it reinforced, sir?"
I was just going to ask that, actually. But yeah. How much extra would that be?
Just a few, about 200 gold pieces or so.
Yeah.
That would include everything, the clasps, ready for... Well, usually I don't give those out for free, but since Lady Grey is so inclined to extend a blessing to you... So
Very
that is
well.
without the discount still.
Let's reinforce, shall we?
So, depending on what armor class you can have, he will reinforce
He can have
it
any armor
with...
class. He would prefer
Okay.
heavy, if that's even possible.
Yes, he can. He says, now, this will make what you're wearing very... well, not as elegant as I would prefer, of course. If instead of the 200 you make it a 400, I can make sure that that heaviness of it is no longer an issue.
And that'll come to a total of about 1,000 or 1,200, something akin to that.
About 900 gold pieces, sir.
900, sure, if it's even... Sure, that'll be fine.
Okay. You see him smile for the first time. And he says, I'll be done in an hour or so.
Very well. Now, you were speaking to me about you had another item of this that, as he kind of points to the wig.
Ah, yes. Ever the keen mind, I see. And he sort of like walks over to this sort of dresser that has a glass top. And he pulls out a drawer. And he takes out this handkerchief. It is black and it has silver embroidery and everything in it. And he says, well, technically she declined it and quite hurt my pride.
Yeah.
I don't want pieces that even my clients don't want. And so...
This is quite suiting to my taste.
So I will bestow this on you. With the huge purchase you've made, I suppose you deserve it.
Quite kind of you.
Okay. You continue your business with him, and Pins, is there something you would like to do?
I don't think he's back.
Okay.
No, I'm here.
Ah, there you go.
Okay.
I don't know. Let me see. No.
You
I think
yeah.
No, go on.
You have those bolts. You might want to sell them. You might want to keep them. You could also see if you can find a new crossbow, something like that. There's all kinds of things here that you could want. If you don't want to do any particular shopping, you can of course make your way down to the inn to hand in the contract and see if you can contact Luffy instead.
I'll have a look at the crossbow shop.
Yes. Okay. So you also go to the blacksmith. Yeah. You find again this big, happy-looking, jolly dwarf, and he says, "Yeah. Oh, another client. What can I help you? What can I do you for?"
I've got these needless. I was wondering if you could maybe they have anything that's since everyone seems to be kind of upgrading. Clang, what do you got there?
You see, Clang is like inspecting like this huge sort of silvered glaive that he has.
God, I like you needed more of those things. Right,
I believe this is a glaive. Yes.
I've got a few of. I'm shooting these hand crossbows. I was wondering if maybe you've got something to reinforce them or make them better.
All right, let me see that. Well, those are the tiniest of crossbows I've ever seen.
They fit my wrist. They're kind of tiny.
He whistles once more, and this girl comes running out. Yes, father. And she says, "Come look at this. These are some really intricate, small little crossbows. You have much daintier hands. What do you think of this?" And she looks down and she goes, "Oh, that is some good work, though. It's crude, but I could easily do something with it. But I
What do you
could
mean
make some
crude? I
new
made it
ones."
myself.
Oh, yeah, that explains it, I suppose. Well, I could batter it. That wouldn't be hard. But I can make you something new as well if you'd like.
On the one hand, she's offering to make you something really cool. On the other hand, she just insulted you.
You know, I've actually had my eye on some designs. You ever seen this gyro running around?
Of course. Who hasn't?
I don't know who hasn't.
She's kind of an eyeful, isn't she?
Yeah, well, the thing that caught my eye most, I suppose, was she can extend her weapons from her wrists and put them back.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I helped with that. Although it was not the tinkerer that did most of it, but the plans are still here because if something happens to Jaira, I'm the one to fix it. I would have to ask permission to Lady Grey if she's okay with me implementing something like that, because she does own the rights to those plans.
Yeah, of course. Well, I suppose for now, maybe just have it improve my needless then.
Improve your needless. Well,
And she looks over and she says,
could sell for them for you. Helps with the werewolves around the areas. Let's see. Could change something about detention. Maybe give some more damage output.
Both of those things sound wonderful.
Yeah. Well, would you like both?
Yeah, how much is that gonna cost me?
Well, if I'm to silver it, it's delicate work, but they're not that big. About 300 gold pieces. If you want damage output. That's tough, you know?
She ignores you completely. She says,
Because there's not much to work with, unless I would start from scratch. Could take it all apart, but then again, might as well just build a new one. Take me another about 300, 600 in total.
I really like these.
And see,
and she turns around and she opens that same wall and she takes some like hand crossbow. She says,
look, see, this will cost you 500. They are already.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Silvered, and as is the standard here, and they also have the repeater property.
They look so.
It's up to you, of course, if you're very well, I can change the design however you like.
Oh, can you?
Of course I can.
Pins will feel the ever-present stare of Kling at the back of his head. Did you just use the word pink skin?
she
Yeah.
give me a moment. So she says,
all right, give me a small moment.
and she ducks behind the counter and she's like,
Got some book of designs here. Where is it? Father, did you move it?
did touch it. Give me a second.
Clang.
What is it?
That thing looks really big. Is it gonna start doing more damage than me?
Just smiles.
So in-game pictures, I'm gonna drop you a picture, and she says,
Well, this has been my latest design. If you like it, I can make it for you.
Oh, that's pretty. This is actually pretty good.
Of course, I had this one too. It's not fancy, but it's a new system I'm working on. Of course, that was more expensive because it's still, well, see, I'm trying to do it like this, so that, I enchant it with, with augment slots, and, the point is trying to have several bolts with different elemental powers and, shoot it all at once. Think that would be a blast?
Pun intended.
A blast.
But that's something I'm still experimenting on. But the first one, like I said, not too hard to make, will take me about 2 days.
Will it also have this augment thing, or is that only for the later design?
Augment thing can do. Will cost you another about 200, so will be about 700 gold pieces in total for one.
For one?
Of course. It can be a maximum of 2. Well,
she looks at her father. She says,
I guess that's not completely true. It's like 3, but I do not have the skills to not break the weapon while enchanting it.
Wait, 700 is for one crossbow.
for the silvered hand crossbow, including a single augment slot. But you have also the 10% discount on top of that.
Yeah, that's 630 total.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose, yeah, you can give me that one then.
All right.
And she says,
Well, I guess both of us will be closing up shop for today.
She looks at her father, and her father says, I'm gonna be busy all day, and I guess you will be busy with the next 2.
Yeah, that Kling is gonna be busy with mine for 2 days. Got out damage anyway.
And then a third customer walks in his work office.
Oh, dear.
No.
They're like, I'm sorry, we're closed.
You know, for the design that you have for mine.
Yes.
Oops. He rolls up his sleeve. I was actually rolling up my sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
He rolls up his sleeve and says,
Can you get this pattern on there? Means a lot to me.
That's pretty. Yeah.
And she sort of puts her hand on your arm, and she takes a piece of paper, and she really quickly and deftly makes a very precise sketch of the tattoo when you're on. She says,
Yeah, will do nicely. Would you like me to work some more of these mushrooms and everything in the silver?
Oh, if you could do that, that would be wonderful.
Of course. All right, well, if that's it, I'm gonna go off and... Or is there something else you want?
I've had these bolts here. What exactly do these do?
Let's see.
got 2
Ah.
more in.
Those are not a very good make. definitely did not come from us. Well, these are minor incendiary arrows. Basically, if you use them, these bolts, your weapon will do fire damage instead, and it causes your enemies to burn for a certain amount of pain at the start. Over time.
Every 6 seconds.
Every 6 seconds. About 6 seconds.
Right. I
Particularly
also
once.
recently had found these very precious bolts. Whenever I shot them, lightning came from the sky and split the arrows and hit multiple people's. Well, maybe not exactly that dramatic, but you know. Do you have any of those around?
Well, not exactly how you're describing. That sounds more like splitting bolts. But I definitely have some very, very interesting arrows. Let me see for a second.
And she goes to the back and she takes like this very heavy case. And you see like her dad helps her like put it on the counter. And there's like these heavy locks that both of them each use a key and open it. As she opens the lid and you see like this, like a lot of bolts sectioned off in these special holders, and they're crackling with elemental energy and lightning, like blue lightning bolts, like keep surging over the bolts.
And she says, well, if you hit a creature with this, it does lightning damage. And, well, the creature becomes shocked, you know? Like the electricity shocks the creature, means that...
Basically what it means, it debilitates the creature. It can take reactions or bonus actions. That's what it does.
Yeah, you have these, you made a list.
Yeah.
These would work on the crossbow she's making for me, because...
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
She says,
What about
we have,
the splitting property? Do you have any of those?
Oh, I'm afraid not. They're not as great. I mean, I could order some for you. We don't make them ourselves, though.
Well, that's what I like to punish anyone who stands in a group and faces us, you know?
I see. Well, can definitely order some for you.
How much is gonna cost me?
Those are normal. She goes through sort of like a ledger. Let me check for a second.
As the DM goes through a ledger.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that'd be 25 gold pieces for 20 bolts.
And can these be also given the elemental properties?
Well, no, those are made from shards. It's not quite the same.
The father sort of slowly nods and he says, it's really just for blood hunters, really. If you want prime elemental bolts or master bolts, they'll be able to do those, but I'm afraid that's out of our skill set.
What's a blood hunter?
They both look at each other, then look at you.
He's a funny one, isn't he? Okay, so, is it the lightning arrows you want, or do you want me to order them for you, or would you just like the normal elemental ones?
I think I'm gonna go for a couple of those splitting ones for 25 gold.
All right.
Splitting bolts, they will do you. They have the one attack. They do lightning damage and then half that damage to a secondary target.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 25 gold, right?
Yeah, 25 gold pieces.
I'll do that. Think that's it for now. Yeah, he gets one reworked, right? One hand.
Sorry?
One hand crossbow reworked.
Yes.
Silvered with an augment slot, and she said for more firepower. Is that the augment slot?
No, that would be a different. That would be a whole different thing in itself. That costs you 300 extra if you want that.
Okay. Let me see. So 700 gold would be a silvered repeater.
Yes, silvered repeater. Yes, with an augment slot.
Silver repeater with an augment slot, and then it's another 300 on top of that to make it stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the whole package there.
All right, be another 300 gold.
He just takes all of his pouches of gold and puts them on the table.
Okay then.
And she sort of like takes this scale, and she puts the gold in there, and then she takes out the bags again and hands it back to you. And I feel a lot lighter.
Well, it should be. I have 7 gold now.
I definitely feel a lot lighter.
All right then. Well,
I feel nimbler. It's already working. You're great.
I'm sure it is. Well, she closes the books, takes your tattoo design and everything, and goes to the back of the shop. You see the father walks you guys out, and he says, "I'll see you tomorrow." And he closes the door, and you see like this little sign that he has at the door, and that goes from open to closed.
Bye.
goodbye.
So, just so you know, to be clear, so the lightning arrows are shocked 1d4 until end of its turn, generally 1 round, depending on the quality. Shocked.
Yeah, I didn't buy lightning. I just bought spitting.
No, I'm just telling you the difference. So, they do 1d4 at the start of every turn, and then gives the shocked status effect, basically. Okay. That would be your shopping, I think. Volkov, you wait for about an hour, and Finley finishes your suit, and he's been gracious enough to, when you don it, it fits perfectly on your body. It's not obstructive. It's not heavy. And he will make you a hat of your liking that fits with it. There is a black mage's hat, there is a black blood hunter's hat, and there is a aristocrat's hat. So whichever you prefer.
Okay. What did each of those look like?
The witch's hat basically just looks like a witch's hat. The blood hunter's hat is like also a very wide-rimmed, large hat that sort of like obscures your face.
Like a top hat?
It's not. It's not a top hat. It looks a little bit like a mage's hat. It just doesn't have a point. It has like a flat. Have you seen Bloodborne?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like that.
Okay. Like in the cover? Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the nobility. What does that one look like?
That's right.
That one isn't quite a top hat. Do you remember we talked about hats? It's like that.
Okay, he's gonna go for that one.
All right. Okay. That's what you have. And there's the same kind of glamour over that as that Flynn's outfit had.
Okay.
So you make your way out of there.
Yep, he's gonna pay him, so that
sorry.
was 900 gold. With a 10% discount, that's 810 gold. So he gave him 81 platinum, and dropped him off an extra 8 for his service. So it gave him 89 platinum.
Okay.
Then basically the last thing he needs to take care of per se is he's just going to go to the carpenter, get him to make him a wagon, basically, with like a small compartment for like pottery, for plants and stuff.
Yeah, you go to the carpenters, and just to make this a little quicker, you go to the carpenters, you give them a design. They can definitely make it for you. They can make it very elaborate or very simple, depending on what you want. It's going to cost you about 5 to 10 gold pieces. If you want it elaborate, it's going to cost you more. But yeah, so they draw you a design until you like it. And they tell you that you can pick it up in about 3 days' time.
Okay. So he wants to elaborate, so it's what, 20 gold total?
If it's elaborate, it's 20 gold, yeah.
Okay. That's basically it for him.
Okay. You guys make your way to the inn. So the day is just coming to an end. And I think, I don't know who has the contract. I think it's Pins. You guys go in there, and this innkeeper once again greets you. He tells you that your rooms are once more prepared. Yeah, what would you like to give him the contract, Pins?
For the sphere?
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, I was grabbing a thing. And give the contract to the innkeeper?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You hand in the contract. He's like, oh, that's fantastic news. I've been waiting for it. And you see, he goes behind the counter, takes out the orb. He puts it in sort of like a kind of a device where it starts really quickly rotating and glowing. And there's a little pulse from it. And he says, okay, we're done. Thank you very much. Would you like to make...
Yeah? That was it?
Oh, that was it. The connection is established.
It took so long with Munchie.
Well, Munchie's kind of an idiot. So Munchie ain't the smartest of fellas.
Actually, Munchie is a genius. He's great at cooking. I've never had masterpieces like Munchie's.
We will have words about this later, boy.
Oh, right. But anyway, thank you for the orb thing.
Of course. Would you like to establish a link right now?
Yeah.
All right, follow me. And he takes you to, you see, like, it's a very large dining area with all these separate booths with nice, like, leather couches around these tables. And he takes you to a very private section with a very nice view over the forests and some waterfalls. And he waits until you take place on the couches at the table, and he says, would you also like to order something, perhaps? Have something to eat?
Something to eat? That does sound lovely.
Yeah,
Right.
what they Claudius peckish? Yeah.
Oh, that is quite a word. Yes. All right. Would you like me to surprise you? Or would you like to order something specific?
Oh, I love surprises.
If you would like a surprise, go right ahead and order. I will have a. Doggone it. You know what? Go ahead and surprise me as well.
Of course. He says, like, tonight also, the seer is present. And he has, like, a smile on his face, as if that's supposed to mean a lot to you. He then waves, sort of moves his hand without touching the table over the center of the table. And these sort of carvings in the table, they sort of, like, click into each other and, like, slide out into a circle. And this sort of like small silver holder comes up and it turns and it creates almost like a portal that from each side, almost like a sprite, like from whatever side you're looking, you're basically looking into that portal. And he says, well, whenever you're ready. And he walks away. And you hear a voice on the other side. You hear Luffy, hello. And you slowly, the portal becomes more clear and you see him clearly on the other side. Oh, I am so grateful. I'm so happy that you guys managed to do this. Have you found your Shadelight Trickster?
Points at pins.
I have indeed. I have my very own Rose.
He holds it up in front of the portal, not knowing if Fluffy can see or not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that looks like a very fine specimen.
Yeah, look, it has these little thorns on top of his head, unlike yours.
Oh, that is true. Well,
I forgot what his was.
Huh? Sock?
Sock, yeah, that was it, Sock.
I like sock.
Sock, sure. I do need to stress, however, it's very near the time that we need to feed them, and so I thought maybe if you can send me some gold dust, I can make us the Cinnabons.
Yeah. I've got only a few days left. I think she's getting a bit hungry, or at least I've been feeding her. But yeah, the contracts and gold dust.
Yeah, they get very grumpy the final day.
So basically,
you have to get gold dust from Rose herself,
yes.
or do it by
So the thing is that basically when two Shadelight Tricksters are together, they get very excited and they start playing and they produce a lot of gold dust. That's why he initially asked you to bring them together. You can still capture gold dust, but it dissipates. Like everywhere a Rose goes, there's like this trail of gold dust following her, but it dissipates immediately. So Luffy says that he'll send you a little bag that when you basically spent about, a whole short rest running after Rose and like basically catching gold dust, it will keep the gold dust good for a while. It won't dissipate for about a day or three. And if you send it to him, then he'll be able to make you a Cinnabon that he will send to you.
Fluffy, if I go through the portal, do I end up where you're at?
This is just sort of like a connection that we can talk through. This is not a actual teleportation portal.
Oh.
But that puts a bit of a damper on things.
But that's okay. Since you now established the link, I can just, through the mail, immediately send things to the inn and back. So if you just go to the innkeeper and give him a package, I'll get it, just about an hour later.
Okay, can I send myself? I want to give Sock a hug.
Smack in the back of the head.
And you see that Sock appears like sort of in the screen or in the portal, and you see that Rose gets really bouncy and happy, and there's like gold dust all over the table.
Sock! Oh, Rose! Oh God, it's everywhere.
Basically, it looks like you had 3 strippers
Oh
all
my
over you.
god.
I will say this right now. Clang being Clang, he's gonna start brushing any gold dust on the table into a bag here, and then
Yes.
he'll just give it to Pins. Like, yeah, I got this for you. You can house it.
Oh, thank you.
You open the bag and it's empty.
What?
The gold dust dissipates really quickly. So you see Luffy working in the background. He says,
Okay, I sent you a special pixie pouch. Those generally meant for pixie dust, but it will work for this as well. It will make sure that the dust doesn't dissipate for about 3 days.
Alright, so this will arrive in about an hour.
Yes.
Can I talk to you at any time during with this screen thingy?
you see his
I don't
eyes
know what
shift
a
from
screen is that doesn't exist.
you see his eyes shift from left to right.
No.
Well, he's got
Inside check.
to sleep at some point here.
Inside check. He's not properly forthcoming.
Say, look at
Right,
wet
well-
pants.
I'll probably contact you again in an hour or so, and have Sock and Rose have some FaceTime.
Okay then.
You're breaking the fourth wall.
Okay then.
And then we can I can collect some of the gold dust. Wait a second, don't you have Sock right over there shedding all the gold dust?
Yes, but the
come on.
females shed so much more.
And anyway, the connection breaks.
That makes sense.
Oh,
I
I'm going through a tunnel.
suppose. But you live in it, Fluffy. You live in it. I don't know what happened. Did I break it?
It's simple. He's got more goblin in him than you.
Yeah. In the
Luffy's
meantime,
best.
this server comes and they present you with an almost the entirety of one of Aetheris's most beloved dishes in every class, which is the truffle bowl. It
Ramen.
smells delicious. And basically he shoves this gigantic plate with the boar laying on it, like, you know, classic apple in the mouth and everything, on your table. There is these special kind of jello-y like desserts that have all kinds of different fruits and things in it, and some kind of sweet syrup. And that is your meal. Since it's getting very late, we're gonna end the session right here. But you guys,
I will
take
say
your
this
food. Yes.
I will say this one thing for the road here. The consumption of these plates is not pretty.
And I will also say,
Look, boys. This is the best dish in every class, and it's mushrooms.
Yep. Everyone, roll me a con save.
Oh no! What have you done?
easy. There you go.
Let me see, you guys.
You have a 2 in con save, and you've got higher score than me.
Everyone saved.
Rat.
Very well done. Though this
Sound
is a
disappointed.
favorite. No. Let me check for a quick moment.
Pins has done enough pissing off of the staff of this place here to just. They want to poison us, don't they?
I made amends. They should like us.
Hell hath no fury.
The black truffle bowl. Here we go. It was a wisdom save. Okay. But everyone kind of knows this. but it's one of Aether's favorite meals in every circle of society. And as their name indicates, it feeds on the delicious and very rare black truffle. The mushroom is used in a variety of concoctions, but herbalists and alchemists know its secret properties are slightly addicting. It has a slightly addicting effect.
Hence the favorite meal.
Yeah, and it also lowers your inhibitions, so you're more likely to gamble and drink and have fun. It's not like a harmful addiction in any way. It's just it's a very flavorful meat, and so is truffle. But you guys are fine. You just thoroughly enjoy your meal and your desserts, and we'll continue from there next time.
Alrighty.
Right.
Then
Can I just say that I sent the cold test, or do we do that next session?
Let's continue that next session.
All right.
yeah, this is already well, a little over 5 hours already, guys.
Mhm.
So, thank you, our wonderful DM, for giving us this game here. Would you like to sign us out?
Yes, okay. Thank you everyone once more for being here. Thank you so much for playing. I love having you guys. You are really funny. So I look forward to it every single week. From left to right, thank you, Gavolkov, played by Xander.
Now I look like the real badass I am.
Thank you, Pins, played by Lodrath.
I think Rose just gave me a golden shower.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Ooh, that is.
Get out of this
And thank you, Clang, played by Spectre.
Nope, we're just going to go ahead and wash your mouth out with soap now.
So, be careful out there, stay safe, and goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.